Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whatever you are. We are all getting a little bored, so let's start because New Hampshire is a little late today, but then we can get started early. Get started talking because, whew, I don't talk enough. Start by saying good morning to Doggy Daddy and Christy and Christine. Those two are always in a row. And the lovely Iris. Yo. Hey, Aaron. Well, you're early because court is an hour late. I I didn't extend the start time. I set it for 10 to 10 because I listened when the judge said we start at 10 tomorrow. And Sophia Stalin, good morning. Um, I'm not sure he's going to be in court today because he was well he should be, but I think he's too much of a coward to show up. But yeah, that's the only way he can point at anything at her is by showing up and doing it himself. Yeah, please hit the like. KDP, Iris again, Stephanie Bland, and Lindy. Good morning, and Jules. Have a nice day at work. And Mr. Brandon. Good morning, Brandon. And talking about Brandon, I'm trying to help Brandon's wife, Farrell, get to 500. So if any of you like to, she started covering the Casey Anthony trial and revisit that. So if any one of you haven't watched that trial or want to watch it, go sub up to Farrell. The link or her channel is linked in the description. No, in the top of the chat today. Just wanted to give her a shout out because she's good people. Hi, Ariel, and good morning, genitals. And Farmgirl Mom, Wolpy Fox, Tilly's Philly, Chris Mullen all the way from Australia. Hey Sue, how are you this morning? And Chelsea B. Guten Tag, Baker. No, Guten Tag, Helene. That's what I wanted to say. Happy Wednesday to you as well, sassy Southerner. I can't English today. Tracy, good morning, and Rude, Gold Girl, all the hits are coming in. Panilla, good afternoon to you as well. And Sandra, so nice to see everyone here. And Ace from Nederlanden. Spacey Stacy from outer space. Salty Dog, I'm not sure where from. Pete A is from Massachusetts, I know that much. Jude Curio, I believe, is on the West Coast, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I remember some of them, especially the ones who put their country in their name or in their message. I think that would go on forever. Buenos dias, Betsy. And Christy G. Kelly M. Did I get? No, I got a haircut last week. Got a haircut Friday, but someone never noticed anything. I've been sick. Yeah, I used that before. She's one of them, Brendan. She's one of your wives. Oh, look who's here. Haven't seen you in a while. So nice to see you again, Luna. I missed you. It's 12:44 Thursday morning, and you have work today, but I can't miss this. I think this will be short. I revisited the gun case because Jamie and I was talking, They brought 2 witnesses in the gun case. 2 officers who I think it took like 15 minutes total for the defense to do their part of their case, and then they just rested. Well, thank you, Palola's mom. Hey, Jamie.
Hi.
Jim Rockford from Canton, Mass. Can you do a voice mail for Jamie? Just say car, like 10 minutes. She would really appreciate that.
Tell me about your day. That would be awesome. Tell me
Yeah.
what you did. Yeah.
Brendan, it's women. You don't sign up for any of it. It's just how it is. Silicon Valley. That's in California. Right?
Yeah.
Cindy Lou Boo-hoo. The luscious lady.
Hi, Iris. I hope you're feeling better.
And the man himself, Lefty.
The
Salty
sweet.
Dog is from California, so you're up early. That must be 8 a.m. your time.
Oh, we talked to her in voice chat. She's from Canada.
No. She said CA, that's California.
Canada. She told us.
Maybe I wasn't there.
Yeah, you weren't there. It was later on.
Yeah. And I studied to be a geography teacher, so one of us is right. Good morning, Stace. Good to see you. What do you think is going to happen today? I think I've been thinking about this all morning because I wasn't on MGs this morning. He wasn't streaming, so I have time to think. And the way they talked yesterday, I have a suspicion they might not even put on a defense.
Yeah.
Because the way the judge worded it, it was kind of like it's the defense can decide if they want to bring any witnesses. So and they just had that sidebar before. So I think there's 30% chance they won't even bring any witnesses. And we haven't seen Marissa yet, but I think his dad was one of the witnesses, and he just died of an OD.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Ditch Pickle. I'm gonna be in Tennessee shortly. Guten Morgen, sagt du schöner. Canada. Well, both of you are wrong. Hey, Nikki.
Oh, good. Hi, Nikki.
Making roti and masala chicken. Oh, that sounds good. Masi abianati. Jamie, stop getting up early.
I wish I didn't have to. If I had it my way, I would never get up early.
Yeah, Søren is in Discord. I don't know why. Oh, Iris, remind me
I
again
saw.
because I need to refresh the link and I can't remember how to do it.
I saw him. I was gonna comment, but you guys were going at it. It was funny.
Hey, Marissa. Anyone catch the Canton Select Board meeting? No, I saw this morning that there was like a 2-hour video from it. I didn't get to see it because I was watching Ethan Van Scriver. Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know anything about Canton, but you need to do something at the next election because that town is weird. I said this to Jamie yesterday. This will be a short day.
Mhm.
I bet the jury will have it before lunch and 2 hours verdict time. That's my prediction today. Yeah, I'm just the way the judge phrased phrased it yesterday, I'm thinking they might not even bring witnesses, maybe one or two. Lolita agrees with me. Don't feel like they're going to put on a case. Sean Bird, yeah, that's the closing. And Kayla is a B word, maybe. There's a whole lot of people, and they brought in the ceiling. It wasn't there before. And he isn't there. And we are 7 minutes till starting, so he won't show up today. I could just put it on because...
Oh my, I really wanted him to testify. Not like I care what he has to say. I'm just curious. So I'm kind of bummed.
Please be
Hey,
seated.
Angela. Just watch the last 45 minutes. I'll watch that later. Thank you.
Satisfactory, Judge.
Okay, satisfactory to the state?
It is, Your Honor.
I already did jury instructions.
Council approach?
Just said if he doesn't show today, he waives. Yeah, he lost his right to testify. She said that yesterday.
Mm-hmm. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, no, Kayla did it," and then not show up and
No.
tell your side of the story. I'm sorry. It's not going to work. It wasn't going to work anyway, but...
Well, I don't know much. I only watch these select hearings and watch that airhead grant on Twitter. So I don't know much about Canton. It's a politics thing, but it seems like it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You haven't missed anything. We are just about to start. 6 minutes till the jury is called. He is a coward.
He is.
And he hasn't showed up, so he lost his right to testify. Yeah. Good morning. We have a KDP and a KDP.
All right, we're ready. Yes.
And a restless mom. Good morning to you.
All rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah. I think that's not good for him in the eyes of the jury. Lefty, from a man who couldn't even have a YouTube channel. Come on now. I watched your YouTube streams where...
Too soon.
Should we talk about that little... What was it? A troll or whatever died?
Oh, your character, yeah.
Pew, 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 pew. Shots fired.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I think she denied them. She had to do a motion. I haven't heard anything about that motion. Hey, Erin.
Hey, Erin.
It was denied. Thank you so much, Christy. I just haven't seen it anyway. Did they come in early to the court and say that? Yeah, if they get it before lunch, they will have a decision before 2 o'clock. The motion was denied. Thank you all. Yeah. Souter, thank you so much for showing up. You posted it in Discord. Thank you, Ariel.
I see Souter.
He is out looking for the killer.
Mm-hmm.
He's in prison, but still, maybe he's looking in prison for the killer. Talking about looking for something dapper. Mr. Fedorowski.
Hey, Bed.
Sunny New Hampshire. It's been sunny in Denmark too. We had 10 degrees earlier. That was nice. That's like 52, I think. Haley, just slipping in time.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just have a preliminary matter I want to address with you. The court is aware that posters and other items related to this case have been placed in areas around the courthouse.
Oh,
I remind you that your verdict in this case must be based exclusively on the evidence that is presented in this case. That includes evidence presented during the trial and what you saw on The View. Just as you were instructed that you could not consider any television, newspaper, online, or other coverage of this case, you may not use or consider any information that may be posted or found outside the courthouse, other than on The View, in coming to your verdict. Attorney Smith, does the defense wish to present any evidence?
No, Your Honor, defense rests.
All right. Ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen, the
boy.
defense has now rested, so it is time for closing arguments. Counsel, whenever
done
you're
before
ready.
lunch.
Yep.
Yeah, and they go first defense in New Hampshire.
Oh God.
Wake
this
up,
is the
baby girl.
the Worst.
Baby girl, wake up. Those were the words that Kayla used to describe how Adam approached his child when he discovered that she was dead. Kayla used words that were the truth sometimes to fill in her lies. Baby girl, wake up. Those words were from a real memory of how Adam was speaking when he discovered his daughter, looking peacefully asleep, would never wake up again. Wake up, baby girl. But she didn't. Those words were the truth surrounded by Kayla's lie. Adam is no innocent. Shortly after he discovered that his baby girl would not wake up again, he began a series of decisions, terrible and criminal decisions. He made them with a very misguided belief that he had to make them to keep his family from being ripped apart. And he made those decisions with the input and influence of his wife, Kayla. He did make those choices, and you will hold him accountable for those choices. He and Kayla hid, moved, lied, and manipulated Harmony's body after her death. It's unforgivable. They lied about her whereabouts after her death, and it's unforgivable. But he did not do this to hide that he killed Harmony, because he did not kill Harmony. He did this because he believed it would keep his family together. He did not witness tamper with Kayla. She was an instigator and equal partner. He did not influence her. She influenced him. And most importantly, he did not kill his daughter. He did not kill his baby girl. When Kayla was facing charges not related to Harmony's death, theft, and 2 charges of receiving stolen property, charges that could send her to prison for over a decade. And then, by her own actions, she was facing 2 more charges for perjury, for lying about Harmony's death. And she was subject to 2 more felonies. These felonies, 3.5 to 7 each, potential, stacked in prison. 3.5 to 7 plus 3.5 to 7, plus receiving stolen property times 2, plus theft. So Kayla decided to lie about Harmony's death, to accuse Adam of something that he did not do, to get herself out of her own problems. And what better way than to pick an accusation that had already been made? Adam was already arrested and in jail for an allegation of striking Harmony, a tale that he had struck her and given her black eyes. That became the groundwork for Kayla's own lies. She had to lie because the truth would point to her. And her lies were accepted because Adam had already been accused of causing Kayla black eyes. Her lie was easily accepted until you look
Yeah.
past the horror of what.
We went directly into closing. Defense closes first in New Hampshire. They put on
Yep.
0 defense witnesses. 0. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, Luna.
Oh, Luna.
She has said, and past the emotion that would be the reaction when you heard her say it.
Brandon was in the hospital.
When you look with a critical eye at those lies,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're going to see that they're lies intertwined with truth. Wake up, baby girl. The allegation that Adam beat his child for days and then on December 7th for hours is crazy. And I'm going to briefly go over that and the craziness of it as it got worse and worse with the telling. She told you a horrific story of Adam screaming and yelling and beating Harmony because when they woke up to go to the clinic, she had peed in the car, screaming and yelling at the Colonial Village at an hour that people might be going to work for rush hour, at a time that they should not have been there, and they were essentially squatting and not wanting to be noticed. Screaming and yelling and punching her in the head. And then they got to the methadone clinic, which was about 10 minutes away, at around 7 o'clock in the morning. Kayla got her dose at 7:04 when the clinic was open for people to get their doses. Her horrific story continued with Adam beating Harmony, she says, when he got out of the clinic. He at 7:09. She said he smelled urine and said, "Again, Harmony? Why don't you tell us?" And he began yelling and hitting her right in the head right there in front of the clinic. And you know that one time that they had done something wrong outside the clinic, they got told on. One time, she told you, they had left the kids in the car and gone into the clinic together with no one watching the kids, and they got told on. And they had to change their habit and go in one at a time so that somebody would always be out with the children. That would have been noticed outside the clinic at 7 a.m. when people are going in for their doses. She continued that horrific tale because she said, after witnessing these beatings, she said, "I'm hungry. Let's go to Burger King." And Adam drove to Burger King. And on the way, she said Harmony was crying a lot and making a weird noise. And Adam got really angry and kept punching her and said, "Shut the fuck up." And then he hit her at the traffic lights. 2, maybe 3 traffic lights, she said, coming over the seat and pummeling her in the back. Not in secret, not hidden, broad daylight on a busy street with busy traffic stopped at a stoplight. And then she said she put up an arm to stop him. She doesn't mention any effort to try and stop those horrific acts beforehand. No effort on her part. But somehow or other at this point, she thinks this is enough and puts her arm up. And what does she say he does? He gives her a look, a crazy look, like evil. It's the first time she had seen that. And she felt like he might hit her. So she didn't do anything. He scared her, she said. And then as he's punching her, she says, driving into the Burger King parking lot, and you were there, wide open parking lot, says that he's punching her and says, I felt something different. I think I really hurt her this time. She said he was scared. So what does he do when he's scared? He drives up, he orders the food that Kayla wanted. She was hungry. So he ordered a croissant, 3. She said, 1 for Adam, 1 for Kayla, and 1 for Harmony, she said, and some hash browns. He drove.
Hey, all Mo Raiders. This is closing arguments in the Adam Montgomery case. The defense put on no witnesses, and they have went straight into closing arguments. That's why I'm a little bit quiet. But thank you, Mo, for rating.
Up, paid the cashier, either got his card or the cash back, whatever. Reached in as the cashier is handing him the food, takes the money, hands it to her, and drives away. He was scared, she said. And this is what he does, she says. Her story is crazy. And what were the boys doing when this is happening to her sister over and over again? Or they might have been sleeping. No, they were not screaming as they drove up to the cashier to get the food. They might have been sleeping. She doesn't remember. They didn't react much. They were quiet. They didn't cry much.
Yep.
She continues on at the Colonial Village. She thinks at first maybe they ate at the Burger King, but with more questioning, nope, yep, she was refreshed. They went back to the Colonial Village, and she decided to feed the kids. And she said that she took a little bit out of a little piece off of the food, and she fed Declan. She said Declan was the middle. She would have to put the food in his mouth, but no, she didn't look back. She just sort of reached back and put it in his mouth. And she took another piece, and she would give Seamus also. She didn't have to look. She didn't look back. She didn't see anything back there. And then Harmony's croissant, she just sort of put it back there for Harmony, she said. Didn't look back. She was scared to look back. And then also with that, because she remembered clearly, she didn't have to look back for Declan because he was in the middle, and she could just reach right there and put it into his mouth without looking. But then she was reminded that Seamus's car seat was in the middle. Seamus had been in the middle of that accident that was on the 29th. And she had previously said that Seamus was in the middle when she talked to the police, and that Harmony was leaning against her brother, and that Harmony had a blanket on her lap, and that she put a piece of croissant for Harmony on that blanket. She didn't remember this. She made this up. She made it up from feeding the kids when they did go to Burger King. She made it up with some sense of reality. We would go to Burger King and we'd go back and I'd feed them and I'd give them pieces in the back. But she had to intersperse her lies to show that she would not have known the condition that Harmony was in. She then goes to Mr. Bordero, to get some drugs. She didn't remember that she was the one that went up, but she was refreshed. She was shown her previous transcript. She not only told the police she went up to buy drugs, but the reason that she went up was that Tony might front her the money because he'd never said no to her. She remembered it at one point, but tried to deny it here. And she claimed that they didn't stay long and they went, she didn't know where, somewhere. We had to do something. I don't remember what. And when they left, they got to an intersection and the car broke down. And that's when they discovered Harmony was dead in the middle of that broken down in that intersection. Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. This horrific story, and they didn't know until that intersection. That story is crazy. But then her story even got worse. When I started questioning her about some of those little facts, and you remembered how she would respond to me, think about Kayla. As you think about what she said, think about watching her testify. I brought out that she had originally said that Adam had struck Harmony 10 to 15 times at 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning. She said, yeah, that was true. That's when it started. Okay. And then he woke up to go to the clinic and Harmony peed again? No. He made her sit. Oh, she didn't remember if it was peeing or pooping. Sorry to use that word, but I'm just not going to use a different one. She couldn't remember which it was, but he made her sit in it all night, she said. And then, did she pee again when you woke up to go to the clinic? Yes, she said. Then when I asked her about that, had somebody cleaned up the offensive poop or pee from 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? No, it just smelled of urine when we woke up, she said. She also said that when they were going to the clinic, Harmony didn't have any injuries that she knew of. But beating 10 to 15 times, 2 to 3 in the morning, and no sign? No. That was a lie. It cannot happen. It could not be. And it makes no sense. It doesn't because it's a lie. All that horror, all that chaos at the intersection, oh my God. What could be worse? It's an absolute nightmare. You have done something to a child over and over again for hours, and you get stuck in the intersection, and somehow or other, you've got to make sure that nobody sees that child. Wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. The description, well, I'll get to the description of the intersection later. No, I won't. What she described at that intersection was that Adam said, wake up, Kayla, wake up, baby girl. Baby girl, wake up. Put his hand on her heart, and she came over, checked the neck, checked her pulse. And then at some point, somebody is waving cars around, sometimes her, sometimes Adam. She says she's not seeking help. She's not seeking assistance. She's not doing anything but grabbing the children and grabbing the clothes, while Adam grabs the duffel bag from the trunk filled with clothes and puts her in the bag filled with clothes from the trunk. When I asked about that, she said the trunk was actually locked already, but it didn't open. So we had to go through that little hole when you take that center down in the back of a car, and you can reach through, you can put your skis through. She said we went through that and pulled out the duffel bag. That's how we got it. That would be over Harmony's body in a busy intersection, taking off a car seat and taking a child or two out of the car and reaching in and getting a duffel bag full of clothes and pulling it through that little area. There's a reason why she made up that story. And I'll get to it in a little bit. But let me talk to you about waving cars around and not asking for help. Kayla was admittedly part of the cover-up, but she wasn't covering up to save a man who beat a child in a cold, continuous, torturous, escalating over days beating. If that had been going on, Kayla would have instinctually protected that child. By all accounts, Harmony was a loving, lovely child. Instinct would have caused you to protect that child, even if you were given an evil look. And even if you were afraid at some point when you had the opportunity, it's not only a child in the car, it's not only your stepchild. There are two of your children in the car, exposed to an absolute horror that no one would allow their children to be held for. She didn't go to, when she went to Videros, she didn't ask for help. She didn't ask for call 911. When they were at that intersection, she didn't collapse with, oh my God, it's up, finally. She's waving cars around. She's cool. She's calm. She's getting the kids out. Why? Because that wasn't when Harmony died. In that intersection, Harmony was already dead, and a plan had already been set for what to do. They had talked for hours before that intersection. They knew what they were going to do. And that car breaking down at that intersection certainly could have
Even the ones he admitted.
ruined those plans. But Harmony was already in the trunk. She was already wrapped and in the trunk. And they were going somewhere to take care of what to do with her body. And that is why Adam was able to go into the trunk and grab the duffel bag and walk away without anybody at that intersection seeing Harmony's body, seeing Harmony sitting, lying, being maneuvered around in the car. Because she wasn't. She was in the trunk. Kayla was able to keep her cool because they had been discussing this for hours, what they were going to do. And this problem at the intersection, we can get over it. Keep your cool. She said, Adam said, what do we do? And she said, let's go to Videros. And they grabbed what they could and they went to Videros. Not only if that had occurred, would she have instinctually protected Harmony and her children when she could. Any love that she had for Adam would have died. No one can maintain love for a man who would do something like that over and over again in front of your kids, in front of you, and give you that evil look that made you feel threatened. There are reasons that women stand by their men, but not for that. No one would stand by for that. Why did Kayla stand by Adam? Because that never happened. Adam was not a threat to her because of Harmony's death.
Nope.
Adam was her protector. Wake up, baby girl. True memory that Adam spoke when he unexpectedly discovered that Harmony was unnaturally appearing to be asleep. He didn't even know she was dead. Wake up, baby girl. And she never woke again.
Yeah, that women stays with men who beat them, that's not news. That's not something that never happened.
I'm going to review with you more of Kayla's lies and some of her reluctant truths that I was able to pull out of her, and other of the real evidence. But before I do that, I want you to keep something common sense in the forefront as you evaluate it. I don't think anyone but they can understand the decisions that they made to hide and lie about Harmony's death. But I want you to consider which is more likely, that a mother of her own children and a caretaker by all accounts, a loving and joyful girl she is taking care of, would stand by and protect a man who brutally beat time and time again in front of her and her own children, that beautiful child? Or would a father who failed in his responsibility to care for that beautiful child, would he stand by his wife because he did not know how Harmony died? Kayla and Adam's relationship struggled on after Harmony's death. But till the end, Kayla appeared to put Harmony's death behind her. She just wanted her man. Adam, however, lost his grip several times. After he and Kayla prepared Harmony's body to finally dispose of it, to wash off decomposition and debris in the shower and put her in another bag, he tried to commit suicide. Kayla held him together. You've got to be here for me and the kids. She held him together, but he lost it several more times. He would have bouts of paranoia, think Kayla was trying to poison him, think that there were cameras. He was losing it several times after that. Thought she was cheating, lashed out on her, punched her a couple of times. And then in March of 2021, St. Patrick's Day, she recalled, he had another bout of paranoia.
Yes, she is testifying for him now because he didn't choose to show up.
Yeah.
Why do we have this picture of Kayla with black eyes? Because Kayla took this picture, this selfie, and she sent it to her family. This was something she would not tolerate. He did this to me. Adam was arrested. Adam went to jail. She got a restraining order. She moved. No. She was not an isolated and dependent woman. She wasn't trapped. She had friends. She had family. She was connected to services. Tara, her friend, helped her out of the apartment to a safe place. Adam was arrested. She filed the restraining order. It showed in her actions when Adam, in one of those fits of paranoia, lashed out at her. She was not going to tolerate this. She told you, was her own woman. Adam's behavior did not control her. And by the way, Tara Hilbert, the one that told you that Adam gave her the lie about Harmony that Kayla and Adam had developed, said Harmony was with her mother. She also told you that that came up in the context of a conversation where he was missing Harmony. Rebecca Maines didn't say he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother, Crystal. He was missing Harmony. He was feeling bad. And he moved on quickly when she said, well, where is Harmony? And he said, oh, she's with her mother. And the conversation moved on. He had worked 4 years visiting Harmony, 4 years to get her. He knew who Harmony was. He wanted Harmony in his home where he lived, in his grandmother's home where he lived with his grandmother and other uncles and other family members. He wanted her a part of his home. For Kayla, there's no indication she even thought about Harmony until this investigation became public. She wanted Adam and she didn't want anyone else. She was not relieved when Adam was out of her life. She was not haunted by memories of a brutal assault to an innocent child. She was not haunted by those memories because those memories didn't exist.
Yes, there will be
Her story was a lie.
an instruction.
There
problem.
are no haunting images, except for the ones that might be in your head based on what she has said. But those images do not exist in reality. He had not done that. She told you that after he was in rehab in the summer of 2021, they communicated about getting back together. But then Adam was cheating on her then, and she wasn't happy. Thing, she called Kelsey. She wanted Adam back. She was not haunted. But Adam, in the fall, was out of her life. He was in Maine with Kelsey and her relatives. When the investigation opened up and the police tried to come and talk to her, did she say, "I'm so sorry. Let me tell you what happened to Harmony. It was terrible. I've held it inside, but it's time you know the truth. Adam is a brute." No, she said, "Adam." She calls Adam. She knows where he is. "Get back here. I'm not dealing with this alone." Because they were partners in this conspiracy. "Get back here." And he came. But he came with his girlfriend, much to Kayla's chagrin. You know, one thing that was odd now, she didn't rely on the police to protect her. She said Adam threatened her that if she ever told on him, he would have Kevin kill her. Kevin, you met Kevin, the uncle. The uncle that Adam and he were not particularly getting along with because he had failed to pay some bills he had promised to pay and put them in pretty dire straits. The uncle that after a visit and that argument, about a week later, calls DCYF, the authorities on him. That uncle that you met was no threat to Kayla. That was another lie that she told to try and figure out why, give a reason why she would not have come forward before. She was afraid. I want to talk about another lie that you watched developed.
What was that noise?
I don't know.
The fuel grinder. What's that all about? Why was that such a big deal here? The fuel grinder. Well, I'm going to remind you how that developed to be an issue in this case. And it did develop over time. You heard that when Kayla first started giving her story to the police, she was talking about the shower, what happened at Union Avenue, and she was asked, "Well, were tools used?" And she said, "No, only the scissors." She had cut off the hoodie. Adam had taken the leggings, and they put Harmony in the shower. She didn't see or know of any tools. And then on questioning, she sort of saw where it was going. And she said, well, when he came out of the bathroom, he wanted to put her in pieces, but couldn't do it. About 8 months later, when she was asked about Adam using tools again. Now, this 8 months from the couple of June conversations in 2021. She gets her deal. She has obligations under that deal. She has to keep cooperating or it could all fall apart. 8 months later, they want to talk to her some more. She's in prison. She's brought out to them. And they have pictures of tools. I assumed that their picture was the same size as these, but they had this picture of the fuel grinder. They had a picture of a circular saw, and they had, did I do it backwards? Yes. A picture of a circular saw and a picture of the miter saw. And they asked her about it. And they said, any tools used? And she said, not that I know of. And then they said, they showed her this picture of the grinder. And she said, I had never seen that. I never seen it. They showed her this and she did not recognize it as anything that she had ever seen before. They showed her the circular saw and she said, that looks the most like an old tool that Adam had under the counter in a big box. Looks most like it. Miter saw, no, that wasn't it. This looked most like it. And then you learned that she went in March to talk to them. Now, after that March thing, she's going to talk to the state to prepare for her testimony here in front of you. She had 3 of those sessions. They were very long sessions. And they brought a picture. This picture. They brought this picture to that meeting, this picture of a tool that she had never seen before. They brought it to that meeting. And we don't have recordings of that meeting, but she came out of that meeting having given a story of, well, when we were at her mother's house in December, he was interested in his mother's fuel grinder. She had just bought one. It was still in the box. And he saw that and she recognized this tool as the tool on the box. And she said Adam was holding it and said this would be a good tool to use to help get rid of the body. This is December, 2 months ago that she said this. After almost a year before, she said, I'd never seen anything like that. I'd never seen that. Question first, why would you bring that? Oh, and you don't have to rely on Kayla's word that that was the photo, because eventually from Detective Rahill, we did get out that the third photograph at that March interview where she said, I didn't see that. It wasn't actually identified in the interview, but they had taken this photograph for the purpose of seeing about that Home Depot purchase. Do you remember the Home Depot purchase? The police were following up on Lime and looking at Lime purchases from Home Depot, and they discovered a purchase of Lime, the fuel grinder, an extra battery, an extra blade. They wanted to connect that to Adam because it was right around the time that there was a call for service at the shower. That would be evidence that you put together that could prove something. So they want to make that connection. And Detective Rahill said, we specifically brought this photograph to see if she could identify it to make that connection for us, because they had found that out maybe 6 months before. She didn't make that connection for them, but they didn't give up. So they brought that photograph, not the police. This was during her prep session. That photograph was brought to the prep session, and she understood this was important. And there was no truth about this other than she had never seen it before, but she made up a story about Adam wanting to take it from her mother. That story has so many levels for you to understand, Kayla.
I still don't get what it is.
Oh, and one more thing about that. I asked her, why didn't you tell anybody before 2 months ago about Adam wanting to steal or take your mother's fuel grinder? Why did you
Correct,
wait
India.
2 years to say this, or a year, whatever?
What is a fuel grinder
And she
anyway?
said, nobody asked me.
It's one of those ankle cutters.
She also said, I think in that story that
Indeed.
fuel grinder NutriBlender would have been good too.
Oh,
I asked Detective Rahill about whether she was asked about that, and sure enough, as the transcript showed, do you remember him buying anything or stealing anything or any other types of tools like power tools or anything? And she said no. She was asked about other tools. Then you heard from her mother, the supposed owner of that fuel grinder. Nope, never had a fuel grinder. I have plenty of tools. I do some woodworking stuff. I know fuel grinder. I never had a fuel grinder.
It's our secret.
I never bought this.
okay.
Certainly didn't have a new box with a fuel grinder in it at all. Independent verification that her story was a lie. But it also illustrates something really important. One, she can gauge what seems to be important to the police or to the state, and she can create a lie to try and give them something that they seem to be looking for. She doesn't understand its importance, but if they're going to show her this thing again after she said she never saw it, it must be important. And especially with, and I don't know if it was all blown up for her when she signed it. The other thing it shows you is that she would make up a lie to put the man she says is her best friend most of the time, to put him in that bad of a light that in December he's contemplating stealing her mother's power tool, her mother's fuel grinder, contemplating what he can do with it to Harmony's body. Evil,
Oh.
deranged. That is what it says about the story that she can make up to put him in that bad of a light. Was she capable of making up the lie that Adam brutally beat his daughter to death? Yes. Watching that lie unfold tells you, yes, she is capable and she did do it. Talk about the lime. You put lime on your lawn, you learned, to raise the pH. A lawn where rain happens, dogs play, children play, people play. That is not something that you use to dissolve a body, to make a body decompose.
She's been going
Where
for
she
30
got the
minutes.
lime from, I don't know.
12 minutes.
Maybe she mistook something that she heard on a crime show. I have no idea. But lime to decompose a body, nobody has told you that it would do that. And in fact, you learn that it was used to bring pH up on your lawn. And you learned that it wasn't an unusual purchase in the wintertime because Home Depot had sold lime. 33 purchases, I think, within that 2-month period. And we're not even going to other stores to look and see how many things of lime stole. I don't know where this lime thing came from. What they did was take Harmony's decomposing body that had been decomposing for 2 months,
Exactly.
take her clothes off, put her in the tub, ran the water, and those fluids from decomposition flowed out. Other debris from decomposition flowed out. And it did stop up the drain.
It was a pretzel, yeah.
But it wasn't lime, and it wasn't dismemberment. And even Kayla says she didn't see any sign of dismemberment. She saw Adam take Harmony's body and put it in these great big trash bags filled with lime. And we heard how big the bathroom was. That was a lie. Now, let's look about the lies she told about Harmony being hidden from view the whole time in the car, because she said the beating happened almost right away. From the time, and I confirmed it, you're saying from the time of eviction to the time that Harmony died, you're saying that she was beaten all the time. Yep. Hidden the whole time. Yep. And you pretty much stayed at Colonial Village the whole time without moving. Yep. And then you learn. And she said we did this so that we could hide Harmony's black eyes and bruises. Whenever anybody would come around, we would put a blanket over her. Nobody saw her. So then you learn
Yeah, she lost her train of thought.
that Harmony was not hidden. Harmony was not hidden from the Garcias. You heard Courtney Garcia. They had met up with the Montgomerys. They had given the Montgomerys food. They knew the Montgomerys were living in the car. And Courtney told you, we offered to let them stay overnight at our place. And Adam was interested. Kayla was not. Do you remember that? Kayla was not. Adam was interested. Adam was not hiding Harmony from view. Harmony wasn't hidden from Christina Lubin. Kayla's mom testified. Kayla had admitted that she went to her mom's the day after Thanksgiving. And she went there to see if her mom could put them up. And her mom couldn't because of the landlord. And eventually I was able to pull out that she was there. While she was there, she got cleaned up. She cleaned up the kids. They ate. They caught up with each other. Christina told you that she was catching up with her grandchildren, even her step-grandchildren, that she remembered sitting on the couch interacting with Harmony. She was a lovely child, kind of quiet, polite, but she looked healthy. And she noticed Harmony. She noticed her hair in pigtails. She noticed what she was wearing and the glasses, and she interacted with Harmony. There were no black eyes. There were no bruises. Harmony looked good. Harmony wasn't hidden from Tabitha Scott on December 29. Tabitha Scott, you remember, the police officer said was in the car during the accident on December 29. She was in the front passenger seat while Kayla was in the back with 3 kids, 2 car seats. And so that when the police officer came, they threw a blanket over Harmony to hide Harmony.
Don't do that. Why didn't we hear from Tabitha Scott? Is she dead?
Why? Because of black and blue and bruises? No, because they went to Christina Lubin's after that. There were no black and blue. There were no black eyes. They hid Harmony because they had too many kids in the car and Harmony was not restrained and they had just gotten in an accident. Maybe people overlook it, but not when you've just had an accident and your child is unrestrained. She wasn't hidden from Tabitha Scott that day. So that's 2 to 3 days after they've been living in the car now. And then another 3 days later, December 2nd, she wasn't hidden then. They were in an accident around the clinic. I think it was around the clinic. Anyway, that same officer responded to that accident and also noted again who was in the car. This time it was only Kayla and Adam in the car. Harmony was not hidden from whoever babysat her. Kayla couldn't remember, couldn't tell you. but it could have been
Because she
Tabitha.
was
It could have been her
already dead.
mother. She didn't remember, but whoever that babysitter was, Harmony was not hidden from that babysitter. And Harmony wasn't hidden from Anthony Badero. Anthony Badero didn't particularly want them there. And, but she said that Anthony walked out every day and Harmony would wave to him. Where did she say this? She said this to the grand jury. She was in the midst of a lie to the grand jury, telling them Harmony on the 30th had gone to her mother's. Adam took her to her mother's. She's lying
Emma
to the
said
grand
she
jury.
didn't do
She
it.
doesn't want to admit anything that is the truth about Harmony once they were evicted. And she sort of slipped. And she said, yeah, well, Anthony Badero, Harmony would wave to him every morning for those 2 weeks into December. And then nobody seemed to catch that that was actually different from the lie that she was telling. Just moved on and she continued on her lie. And she admitted to you when I asked, yep, that was a slip. And yes, that was the truth. No need to lie about that to the grand jury because you didn't want to bring that out in the first place. Then I talked about one of the issues that did come up a lot in the car. 10 days from the time that they were evicted to the time that Harmony was discovered dead. 10 days. And she tried to make it seem like 24/7 they were in that car. 24/7 Harmony was hidden. 24/7 they ate. She would change diapers and they would stay at the Colonial Village. They didn't do anything. Then I started asking more questions. Do you remember that? Well, you changed the baby and your toddler. They were both still in diapers. You'd change them and you'd wipe them. But to get them really clean, you would take them to a public restroom.
Come on.
The stream got bored too.
Yeah, even the internet got bored of Elaine. Come on.
Or
Thank
something
you.
to wipe them down and clean them up with soap and water. Nope. Didn't happen. Well, they were in diapers. You needed diapers. You're in there for 10 days. You had to have bought diapers. Went to Walmart, the mall? Nope. Well, where did you get your diapers? Gas station, convenience store. Think about the prices at a gas station's convenience store. That's not where they were getting their diapers, your wipes, your extra food. They wouldn't go far, she kept saying. Well, did you clean up the kids at all? Nope. Cleaned them in the car with wipes. Okay. So you didn't go to the bathroom in the car. Where did you go to the bathroom? Okay, that was a problem for her. And you went to the bathroom when you went to Burger King. Yep. And you'd go to Burger King a few times. Yep. And you'd go to the bathroom when you went to gas stations or something to pick up your food and stuff. Yep. And you'd go to the bathroom at Badero's because you were right there at the Colonial, right? Yeah.
It's the same thing every time. She never
Harmony
lands the
didn't
plane.
always go with you. That means that Harmony went with you sometimes, right? Yeah. And you'd ask her when you went to the bathroom, do you want to go with me, right? Right. So she went to Badero's with you too, right? Yeah. Sometimes. Not all the time. She went in the car a lot. Okay.
They didn't say anything.
With work, with prodding, you learn a different story. Harmony is out there. She is not hidden from public. Why does she want to make her Why does she want to make the story look like that they were 24/7 in a car? Well, you learned why she was working so hard to make that appear. You learned from the state's question that she was aware of opening statement and talked about it with her lawyer. And she said she used the information to prepare her answers to you because the truth pointed to her. That is why she did it. And she knew that these answers were coming and what they would mean. I mean, these questions were coming and what they would mean. So she decided to present a tale of never alone with the kids 24/7 at Colonial. But that tale fell apart as well.
Okay.
Mr. Badero was another person who was caught lying to the grand jury. And he told you he didn't want anything to do with this investigation. He did not want to admit that he had been selling drugs, and he did not want to be part of this investigation at all. He said that no, Harmony never waved to him. He never went down to the car. And then he would get turned around and stuff, and he would tell a different tale. And he said, well, I went down
They
to
have
the
alluded
car,
to it,
but
yes.
not to sell drugs. And maybe I'd wave at the boys, but I didn't see no girl. I didn't see no girl. Okay, what was going on there? Badero, in November 22nd, had just been convicted of another offense involving a drug. One of his prior offenses was distribution. And he also got driving without a license. Without a license.
I'm pretty sure he
Shortly
didn't care
before,
about that one with his
another
700 grams
conviction.
of fentanyl.
He had used Adam as a driver, and Adam had used his car back in September, I think. And he did that because he was going to court, and he certainly didn't want to be driving a car without a license going to court. So he needed a ride. Adam drove in the Sebring, and he brought all the kids with him. And he and Badero and the kids were in the car, and I think somebody else. And we go to after the conviction, he's no less afraid of being caught driving his car without a license, what it might lead to. So he's still in need of a driver. Adam just can't use his Sebring. The family is living in the Sebring. And he said, yeah, Adam drove me in my car sometimes. I don't know how many times. It could have been just once. Reducing him out. But Adam was a driver. Why would he not be driving? He's right there. He's got nothing else to do. He's in need of money. They want drugs. Of course, Adam was driving Badero during that time. Kayla even admits that, yep, Adam drove Badero in Badero's car, but not while we were living in the Sebring. But not while we were living in the Sebring. But not while we were living in the Sebring. Why? Because that, you understand that he was driving Badero during that time. It is why Badero is going out in the morning to see Adam, or out daily to see Adam to get his driver. And it is why Kayla is alone with the children in the car. And it is why Adam did not know until he came back that Harmony was dead. Why does Kayla make up these truths or hide and work so hard to make you think a different story? Because the truth points to her.
What?
Sorry.
Oh, come on, Elaine.
Come on.
What else supports
Wrap it up.
that Adam
50
was
minutes.
not aware of Harmony's death until he came and shook her? Wake up, baby girl. Let's talk about blood in the car. That was a lie from the beginning. She had told the police, she learned, that while she's claiming that they're all frantically pulling everything together to leave the car that has just broken down at the intersection, she said Adam grabbed a Kleenex
Oof.
and wiped something down in the car. And they asked about that, and she said he had had blood on his hands from striking Harmony and giving Harmony a bloody nose. She assumed that that's what he was wiping up. And the police officer said, wait a minute, I haven't heard about blood before. What's this? She gets discovery. She knows that they found the car. She knows that there's no blood in the car. So she walks it back. And she says, no, not that day. He was cleaned up. And it was from a bloody nose from an earlier beating a few days before.
We just passed Adam and Eve.
There was no blood in the car that day. And I started questioning her a little bit more. And so are you saying you saw no blood that day? And she said, well, there was dried blood on Harmony's face. And I said, so there was blood that day.
Totally
She said,
agree.
no, that was from the days before that we talked about. Okay, well, one of the things that you learned about Blue Star is it wouldn't have mattered whether it was a few days before December 7th or December 7th. It wouldn't have mattered
No.
if had tried to wipe up blood. Blue Star would have found it. And if you're talking about a beating where somebody is leaning over the seat and getting blood on their hands from a bloody nose, then that also would have left a trail somewhere in the car to be found. There was no blood found by Blue Star. And that stuff you learn can find blood years later. Trace minute amounts of blood, and it did in other places, not necessarily anything related to this. Being out in the elements, being out in swinging temperatures may or may not affect the test, but it can, and it did find DNA on the toothbrush. Those
Apparently,
trace
he
things
gave her a bloody
last.
nose, but
There
it was dry
no
blood,
blood
so, when she
in
died.
the car, around Harmony, around the center console, around
one
the
of those
steering
Kayla
wheel,
stories that doesn't match up.
anything to be found by Blue Star, because that never happened. Harmony never had a bloody nose on December 7th or on a few days before. And let me talk about this bloody nose. Think about the amount of beating that Kayla tried to describe. 10 to 15 times at 2 to 3 a.m. Waking up in the morning and again, and all of it, face and head. Going to the clinic, coming out and again. Beatings, driving up the road, stoplights, and again and again and again. And then saying, something was different this time, I think I heard her. That child would have been as bloody as you can possibly imagine. Why did Kayla slip about the blood and then back it off? There was no blood restored. It was a lie. I lose my place often. I'm very sorry. I know that you're being very patient with me.
Oh, come on, Lily.
Oh, come on.
The police took this investigation very, very seriously. You heard it was one of the biggest ones that they've ever conducted. Hours and dedication of the officers can't be denied. And it's something that we all hope for in our police officers when we need them to help us. And the emotions that come with danger to a child, a missing child. Now, at the time when the investigation started, she would have been 7. Pictures.
She didn't do closing in the gun case.
Of
It
that
was
adorable
another female.
child in the media, pulling in the community. Help us find this girl. The media is all over it. It's the biggest thing, the biggest investigation Manchester police did, and they dedicated time, resources, over and over and over again. The emotions had to be running high. And they kept going down wrong paths because people would give them information, whether it was that they wanted to help and they were wrong, whether it was, as Adam horribly put it in his recording, they wanted their 2 minutes of fame, or they wanted something like Kayla, maybe Rebecca Mays, or they just, who knows? They went down those black holes and they were willing to do it
Yeah, maybe
because
not
to
the best
not
idea.
go there might mean that they missed something real. They would not regret going down those black holes and doing all those searches. But they can and they should, and it is right to feel anger. That never should have happened. And Adam and Caleb both could have prevented that from happening. But they lied about her death and they covered her death up. And you can feel that emotion as well. It is okay. And you can hold Adam accountable for what he did. But emotion equally shows you that Kayla is lying. She continues to lie, and she made a few things up in front of you. Remember how you felt watching her. And evaluate that, because that will also show you she's lying because she has something to hide still, because the truth points to her. Adam did some very, very bad things, but he did not kill his daughter. His choices got him where he is today. He has no one but himself to blame. He did what he did, and he got blamed for something he did not.
Sounds like she's wrapping up.
He put himself in that position.
Mm.
But the evidence that you can rely on remains
Nope.
the evidence in this courtroom and the view, not the emotion, not the horror of what she described, the slow, methodical evaluation of what she described compared to the other evidence. And can you put your trust for one of the most important decisions of your life in Kayla? Because that is what you'd have to do.
She
There's
never
no
said
doubt
Kayla did it. Nope.
The police know that she's a liar. The state knows that she's a liar. She charged with perjury, lying to the grand jury. She's charged twice, but you watched her as I asked her over and over again, all those questions to the grand jury. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie? Yeah. This is a lie. And some of those details that she wove around that lie that she has to admit today. Those details were
I'm
made
sorry.
to make her story seem real.
It sounded
But
like she was
sometimes she
starting
spoke,
to wind
and the
down.
truth came out like it did when she said, Harmony would wave to Tony Badero every day. Take those emotions, recognize those emotions, and put them aside like you said that you were able to do. I haven't talked about the second-degree assault case almost at all.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Kevin made the accusation. You watched. He was in a fight with Adam between Kayla and Kevin. You've heard the fight was about money as well as Kayla's black eye. And what did he say? A week later, maybe 10 days later, he called the DCYF. Well, that was investigated. Mr. Tsaros came out Took a couple of times, but he came
She's
out.
getting her
and talked
second
to
wind.
Harmony, and he talked to Adam, and he talked to the family, and he checked things out. And he has a series of things that he is checking out to determine if a child is okay, if she's safe, the things to do for his
Now we're back.
investigation. And as a result of all that,
3 months before the murder.
nothing. Nothing. Until 2 years later, when they're investigating Adam and they want to get him, he's arrested for that second-degree assault charge for what Saros was content with the situation to hold him, so that he was in jail from January 4. Kayla went to jail a couple of days later. You also learned that it was not because,
Yeah, he became a
as
mailman.
Rebecca Maines put it, Adam hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Because you heard people like Katie Morin who said the memory bothered him. It bothered him that he had struck her and given her a black eye, struck her glasses and given her a black eye. It bothered him, even after he knew that she was dead, striking Harmony when he found her with her hand over Declan's mouth. It bothered him. And Terry Hebert, he missed Harmony.
I chose the wrong
I do
ticket to
appreciate
stop
your
smoking.
patience, and I'm coming to the worst part of the case for me. It's the part where I have to stop, and I can't talk. I've got a little bit more, but
What?
I can't bring out more information from you. All the information is in, and I don't get to get up and say, but wait a minute, don't forget this. The state is going to give their closing after me. And I imagine it's going to be very different from what you just heard from me. And
Sharon,
I can't
I
get up
agree.
and say, wait a minute. Yes, this person said this, but look at the context of what they said. Look at somebody like Nicole Giles, who said,
Who?
I saw bruises on Kayla's torso and on her body. And this was at the Fit Shelter before they ever went to Union. And it bothered me. Kayla's
Oh, that
friend,
neighbor lady.
Nicole, and she was first
Yeah.
talked to at the beginning of the investigation in January of 2022.
Only Kayla stated he
The
did
month
it.
that Kayla
He said
and
never
Adam
did
were
that.
arrested. She was asked about those sorts of things, and she said, no, I never saw any sign of domestic violence. No, I didn't see anything. No. And then I think it was a year later that she comes out with this story. Everybody was affected by that picture of Harmony.
The state should just
Everybody was
stand
affected
up
by
and
the
say,
media and all
"Come
the
on,
police
guys.
efforts that went in to find this child.
I'll buy you a sandwich
And
when you're
some
done."
people wanted
Come
to
on, man.
contact police, talk to police, and be a part of it. But Nicole Giles, when she was first spoken to, said no.
1 hour.
So if the state talks about what Nicole says, I won't be able to get up and say, wait a minute, she didn't say that at first. That was with all the exposure over the year. She made up that story to help her friend Kayla when
Just
she
stop
was
while you're
talking
ahead.
neutrally without knowing anything. No
You're not
DV.
ahead, but-
Let's talk about Rebecca Maines. She sounded
Really?
like a pretty decent person, standing up for her wrongs in her past, taking responsibility, understanding it. But boy, did she get her hair up when Jamie, Attorney Brooks, started asking about those things. I've
Jamie, did
admitted
you
I'm
ask
a
her?
criminal. Don't go down that road. No,
Should've.
she is still denying her status as a criminal because she doesn't want to hear it anymore. She got her hair up and she said, no. When I talked to them in January of 2023, I wasn't looking to get anything. When I talked to
Is
them,
that a saying? When she
I
got her hair
I
up?
wasn't facing any charges.
I never heard it before.
I was already convicted and in jail. Then you learned, no, she was facing charges. She was facing the charges that are still pending now. And I think she said that she wasn't getting any additional time. There are plenty of reasons that people say what they say. With Rebecca, I can't go through the changes. You heard that she had several interviews and not what came out when. But you do know that she did have a reason to
We
want to
solved
give
who
something
was
to the
on the
police, and what she
casino.
gave to the police actually
Other than
didn't
that,
fit
no.
anything else. Adam worked 4 years to
But
get
thank you so
Harmony.
much.
He didn't hate her because she reminded him of Crystal. He loved her and wanted her in the house in his grandmother's house with his family, his immediate family and his bigger family. And he wanted to raise her. Things absolutely fell apart after, but he didn't hate Harmony. And her story about, I don't remember if it was urinating, being or pooping, putting in the corner, there's nothing about a car. She's taking bits and pieces of information that is out there in the media and trying to make her own story that's bad about Adam, but maybe can help her in her troubled situation. No, nobody can help me. I'm already doing my parole violation. I was done. Nope. There were 3 sets of charges pending, and she even corrected it. No, there's 4. And she's not expecting to do any time, I think she said, for those that were out there. Any more time.
Come on, Elaine. Stop so I can thank Irish. Iris gifted 5 membership.
So-
one to herself, one to
Back to you.
Amber LMT.
You don't.
Sharon Will got 1. Lee Holland got 1, and Nate. So now you can get the link to the Discord if you want to talk to Jamie about lash removal, lash
Oh my
care.
God.
Get to,
That's the least of the
Thank you,
things we
Iris.
talk about.
and I've seen a few times, so we've looked at your face, and it's pretty clear that there have been emotional reactions to some of the testimony. There may have been some reactions of anger when you heard Adam's recording, knowing all the time and effort and services and resources and money that was put into this case because of choices that he made. And he's saying they're wasting taxpayers' money. Yeah, you can get mad at that. But then you stop and you say, okay, that's bad. Let's look at the facts. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, remember the recording. I think you all got a video before you came out into the big room to be determined if you're going to be chosen or not. And in that recording, they talked about different tests about what is reasonable.
Well, it's her job to make him look
for
as good
whatever
as
different
possible.
burdens. And one burden was preponderance of the evidence. If the evidence favors
But don't
one
trick
side,
us with you winding down and then you wind right back up.
and that side is the side that gets your verdict.
Hey,
Then there's something very
Mo's
much
here.
higher than that.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Mo.
Yes.
Thank you. Totally not a Russian pop for becoming a YouTube member. And welcome, Mo.
Hey, Mo.
Thanks.
What do you make of this?
It's insulting to the jury that you have a very dense, factorially, if you are going to go into this level of dogged factness with this beige-ness, then you should at least make it engaging. All of these facts could be put together in a narrative that is engaging, that keeps people.
As I put down, start out with the car accident. No bruises was seen. Later the same day, she was at her the mom's house. No bruises. At some point, she passed away. The road to the clinic. Her Burger King story just doesn't make any sense. The power tool was planted in her head by the state. Adam covered up for her. He's the good guy. The state helped her prepare because she testified to that. And there have been no evidence of any of her whatever she said. Boom.
Yeah. Get those big points. I mean, you can make it engaging. You don't have to go over the same thing. Do not bring up baby girl, because never have I wanted Will Smith to come drag Adam Montgomery into the courtroom and then yell while pimp handing in Minecraft, while shouting for all of us, keep her name out your mouth to this man. I'm just saying. So the baby girl thing has in no way engendered any sort of feelings of grace within me, and if I were the jury and I had to listen to beige, I would be even more pissed off. I'm just saying he either nuts up and he tells us where the hell this little girl is, because he's gonna be a good dad, of allegedly wherever his little bit of soul is, or she stops with the whole "he loves his daughter" shtick, 'cause I can't.
And talking
He
about
didn't love
Kent,
his daughter
Lo-
enough to come into the courtroom and tell everybody what happened. So,
but
Yeah.
Lowlands
So,
Angie
sorry.
Kent, she became a YouTube member.
oh,
Thank you so
thanks,
much,
Lowlands.
Lowlands.
Sorry. Rant over. Sorry.
Where you have to be clearly convinced that your verdict is correct before you convict it. And then there is something even higher, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you look at all the evidence without the emotion, and you determine, has the state proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you know, in your heart of hearts, do you know? Not that this decision seems to make you feel good. Do you know that it is right? Do you know
Yeah,
if they have met their burden?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm pretty
There's
sure
any
they're
doubt,
cool
we're
with
not
it.
talking aliens, we're not talking crazy stuff, we are talking about trusting Kayla. There is a doubt, a reasonable doubt. And there is a reasonable doubt to not trust Kayla with any important decision. If you have that doubt, you must find Adam not guilty. That is your test. And this verdict could be easy, and it could be quick if you rely on emotion, if you rely on anger, if you rely on
And
horror.
she got access
Because
to
what
my
Adam
sex
did,
playbook.
what he did do to Harmony's body
It could be
after
easy.
she
It will
died
be quick.
is horrific. What he did do by allowing that entire investigation to go for so long can make you very, very angry. And if you decide this case based on your emotions, it can be a quick verdict because none of those emotions will be positive. But if you take the time, you take a breath, and you go through the evidence piece by piece, evaluate, talk to each other. What do you think about her testimony? Some of you will remember things different from others. Talk it out. What was correct? Some of you might remember things different from what I said. I'm human. But talk it out. What is right here?
1%.
What is there? What is missing? What is crazy? And what is fact? If you do that, this is a very, very difficult case because those emotions are there. If you do that, if you put it aside, you will find that Adam is not guilty of murdering his daughter. He did not do that. And he's not guilty of witness tampering, testimony at all. It was in her best interest
She's gone approximately an hour and 10 minutes.
and to make up more lies as time went along because the truth hurts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we'll take a 15-minute break so that you can use the restroom, have a drink of water. Then we'll come back. It'll be the state's opportunity to make closing arguments to you. Then I anticipate that we'll probably go directly into final instructions. And at that point, once you have the final instructions, we'll select the alternates, the jury foreperson, and it will be time to deliberate. So for now, just take a stretch, have a drink of water, use the restroom, and then we'll bring you back in for the rest of closing arguments and instructions. All rise for the jurors, please.
I just ended the poll. Did the baby girl a good approach? Was the baby girl a good approach? 75% no. I think she started out good for what she's doing. Again, I'm not talking about if Adam did it or not did it. Her job is to try and save her client. I think with what she had to play with, because he put her in a bad position. He couldn't do anything. This was the best you could do, and I thought she did it really well. And talking about doing it really well, Wendy H so generous 10 gifted memberships to Pam Graham, One Blessed Nana, Julio, Warrior Biatch, X-Comer, haven't seen him in a while, Twobble. Did I miss some? Mhm. Was that 10?
No.
Maybe
Pam, One
the.
Blessed Mom. You got Tracy, Kim.
Oh, I'm on top chat on my own chat
Yeah,
because I'm.
here. I was
I've
gonna
got smart.
say.
Pam Graham, One Blessed, Tracy Violet, Kim Farron, Jung Forever, Strangers in My House, Julio, Warrior Biatch, X-Comer, Twobble. That's all of them. Thank you so very, very much. Now I have to do the math. That's an orange voice.
Thanks, Wendy. You're so sweet.
Yes.
He
Sorry,
is a
I was.
sweetheart.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. And talking about thanking people. Hey, MG. Well, he doesn't want to talk.
Hey, MG.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm driving. I went down in a little hole and lost signal. So it's just
Mhm.
I'm in the middle of nowhere. So.
Ooh.
Middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
I know all about that.
it's Oklahoma, but
No idea.
you know, there's a lot of middle of nowhere. There is actually a nowhere Oklahoma, but I'm not there.
Call me when you get there. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Liz Nelson has a good point here. When she said he called her baby girl and loved her, you don't hide her. Who can live knowing she's dead in a bag with you 24/7? He loved his drug more than that baby girl. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because they kept claiming her benefits for 2 years. And hey, hospice, yes. And
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Jamie,
Is like,
you run the show. I'll take a bio break.
oh, you're fine. So I love my baby girl. Like, you now, and you still haven't told anybody where her body is.
Yeah,
It's insane.
Yeah.
And you can't even show your face in court and plead for your life because you didn't do any of this. You would never. You're a punk, is what you are, Adam. You're a punk.
yep.
100%.
Couldn't be bothered to show up for his own trial.
Yeah. But
Jamie,
you want to
we
blame
mark
everybody else.
this as exhibit 100 because it was
Yeah.
100% correct.
Correct. You know it. What did you think, MG?
About the closing?
Yeah.
What? Well, I missed the first. I saw when she first started, and then I had to go into court. When I came back, she was still going, which means she went way too long. They didn't put on a defense. I mean, they did nothing. She could have had a 5-minute closing and been much more effective.
Yes.
Oh, I agree. I told you, it's the Midwest mean in me is not really mean, so it's just punk is the word.
How pissed off are you going to be if you are an alternate after you had to sit through that lengthy thing?
Well, is this the type where they keep the alternates like at bay while it's like I tell them, hurry up, guys. We know what it
Be
is.
like, come on, I will take everyone to drinks. I mean, allegedly.
Yeah. I can't see anyone giving a crap about any of the stuff she said. I mean, I'm actually mad that Kayla's not being charged along with him, but
Yeah,
I think he's
Absolutely.
guilty of sin. So.
Especially when they've admitted to doing drugs around the kids, you could at least get them for abuse and neglect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, if she wasn't scared enough to get a a restraining order on him. She wasn't scared enough to move away. Try and tell me you didn't, want to tell on him. Because it was all about like,
Yeah.
I didn't say anything because I was scared. But then the minute he touched you, you got a restraining order on him. So
Yeah.
Well, but then that argument that women don't stay with men or, they're instinctual. Do we want to talk about how many women let their husbands do all kind of really terrible things to kids? I mean, you're a defense attorney. I'm sure you know these things. I mean, I understand you have to make an argument of some kind, but make it make sense.
I mean, she did what she had to do with what she had, but it was just a little bit too drone on. Like she just droned on and on and on.
No,
Like-
she changed her ways. She will be clean. We saw her on the stand. She seemed rehabilitated.
Yeah, she was clean. Yeah, she was perfectly fine.
Yeah, that was definitely a migraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with any kind of withdrawals whatsoever.
No.
And Breb had been a member for 4 months, saying to hit the like. Please do. Are we taking bets on
Rabbit.
verdict time? We'll be done before 2 p.m.
Mm.
Well, the state hasn't done their closing, so we don't know how long they're going to go.
And if I know the state, they will go for about 45 minutes, and then you'll have jury instructions. Then it's 1 p.m. Then there's lunch. Yeah, maybe 3 o'clock.
It would be right at like boy pickup time.
Yeah, they will start deliberating today. When this judge did the gun case, she went straight into it. She was. It was the same before the defense started. She said, "Well, this you'll start deliberating today, probably. So I'll take your lunch orders."
That's how it's done.
So she's a very. I like this judge. She's to the fact.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. And like I'd say, the one in Alaska was just boom, boom, boom too. State's done well with that one, but this one has been, pretty good. This judge has done well.
Yeah, there's been a lot of sidebars, but I don't think it's because of her. I think it's because of the because there's so many arguments about what could come in and what couldn't come in. The corner case trial was in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And Rabbit gifted 5 Broken Baker memberships to Troy La Carissa, Shizzy, Road Trick Girl, Stephanie Trotsy. Welcome as members. I remember that name Shizzy from somewhere. But thank you so much, Rabbit.
Yeah, who's Shizzy?
You had her at 1.25, and I put on normal, and she sounds drunk. Yeah, she's really, really slow, and she lost her way so many times.
Well, no, and she says, "Oh wait, I forgot." I'm like, ugh, jeez. Oh wait, there's more. That's
Hope everything
I felt like she's-
is fine with you, Rabbit. But thank you so much.
Yes,
Yeah.
good luck, Rabbit.
New Hampshire allows jury nullification. There won't be any jury for nullification in this case. He is done.
I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair, I
he's-
don't think they allow. I think you can mutiny to do jury nullification, but MG law.
You can do that in any state.
I
you
was
just can't,
wondering. I was
like-
like,
Make it no.
so my puff paint "Ask Me About Jury Nullification" shirt that I will wear to my potential jury summons is possibly going to get me
That
in
might
trouble.
get you held in contempt.
But if it's a conversation starter,
Sebastian
carrying
Miller.
my tumbler that says this might be vodka.
Sebastian Müller, I think we are all in agreement that Kayla
Yeah.
should have fought at least the 2 charges of falsifying evidence and abuse of a corpse. She stated that she helped him clip
Yeah,
up.
she testified about
so
helping him.
Yeah, she knew.
I'll be in the.
She was there.
Yeah.
I will be in the States on the 14th of May till the 21st of May.
Sweet.
So if you're anywhere near Tennessee, you should follow the expert because he has all the ideas about where we're going.
Are you going to help some college girls avoid student loan debt?
Yeah, me and Brandon is on a mission from God.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Or you're going to help put them through, medical school. So
Yeah, the guy who shot his 3 sons is trying to keep his police confession out of the trial. Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
He's going to
but he won't
trial.
do it.
Are you kidding me right now?
No,
That is
no,
ridiculous.
no. I think he pled guilty. So I don't. Maybe I have
thought
read it
he
wrong.
changed his mind. I thought he changed his
Oh,
mind. And I was
maybe.
thinking, really, guy? Like, you did it.
And I agree, Russian, but let's find a conviction based on actual evidence.
well, we've got Bradley Yawn. So, that was one.
Oh,
Yeah,
And I'm thinking my Alaska memory card murder one is another one.
Yeah.
These times make me miss a Bradley Young closing statement. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
it really does.
Is
Without
this time
the
to
hand
ask
puppets.
random legal
Where-
questions? Well, maybe you can get an answer for MT, but it won't be legal advice.
Yeah,
What?
you got
Starting
MG
to
here.
ask
He can
random
tell.
legal questions. Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of bad answers.
Whatever.
Oh, they're letting
One
the
of the
short guy.
smarter ones I know.
Yeah, it's a short guy closing. He did the closing in the gun trial as well. And
Yeah.
I thought I remembered Elaine doing the closing, but it was the other female lawyer. She wasn't that much better, but yeah. In retrials, are they allowed to mention anything about the first trial?
Well, I mean, testimony could be if you've testified one way, that could be held against you if you try to change your mind, change your testimony in the second one, because you made statements
Yeah.
under oath. So those things could come in.
In the Rentala case, they were allowed to mention that they had testified before, but not where.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your previous testimony, you would bring in the previous testimony to impeach someone. Refresh their memory first. Try to refresh the recollection. Be like,
What
you
about
sure
other
you don't remember this?
Yeah, because that's what Scapiccio did in the Rentala case. She said, but didn't you say this previously? And every time
Yeah,
she
'cause they
said that, we knew she had the receipts. What about other witnesses' testimony? Well, you can't bring in other witnesses and make some... You can't ask me what Jamie said.
No, but if the witnesses,
Then you have to
meaning
bring that witness up. If it's to rebuke someone, you have to bring someone up to rebuke it. You can't just say, but
Yeah.
Johnny said something else, didn't he?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be hearsay. I mean, it would be an in-court statement. So it wouldn't be hearsay. They're testifying in court under oath. So it's not really hearsay. You can say, well, what, this person here, they testify. What would you say if I told you this person testified to this? But it wouldn't be hearsay because it's an in-court statement, and it has to be an out-of-court statement for it to be hearsay.
yeah.
When they just move to a socialist state like mine, and everything is free, just don't have money to travel for. No, I'm so looking forward. I saw the experts video yesterday, and it looked like it was way hotter than it is in Denmark. So I'm looking forward to going to the Los Estados Unidos.
Tank tops and booty shorts. Daisy Dukes.
And
Baker, they're
and
all the rage
boy.
right now. For men.
and Croc boots. I'm gonna
Yes.
wear my Croc
Croc
boots.
boots. Oh.
Or Ugg boots.
They can't
they're
bring in the
unisex.
first file. No,
No.
they can't bring up he's convicted on gun charges. It's not related to this one.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Tony Smith, T. Brooks, ready? Yes. Okay. All rise for the jurors.
Yeah, but you don't have that 25% value added tax we have.
Yes, it adds so much value.
Yeah, we just had
Thank you,
a
Texas.
report today about how to solve the climate crisis, and that's to put extra tariffs on
Yes.
the farmers, because that will only hurt the farmers, not the people buying the farmers' products. So I will be buying my
Yes.
my German
Because
meat
food
instead
comes
of
from the
Danish meat.
store, Baker.
Yeah,
What do farmers have to do with anything?
they expect that it'll rise the cost of
Please be seated.
a quarter. How much is that in English numbers? It's a pound of beef with 50 cent.
Morning again, everyone.
No, $1 on a
Thank
pound
you
of
very
beef.
much for the time that you have spent in this case, for a journey that we told you back before we took the view was going to be a journey that you weren't going to forget. It has been a long couple of weeks. You have been incredibly attentive, and we are very, very appreciative of that. One of the things you heard just a moment ago from Attorney Smith was that she doesn't get the opportunity to come back up here and talk again. That's true. It's called taking turns. It's something that parents teach children. Beginning,
Oh, come on.
the state has to go first, defendant has to go second. At the closings, defendant has to go first, state has to go second. Something very simple that parents teach children. One of the other things that they should teach is, if you're going to quote the defendant, if you're going to quote a witness, you have to make sure that you're accurate. So I'll apologize in advance, but let's quote people accurately. I fucked up. Again and again and again. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's what the defendant, his language.
Well, no, that's what someone else
he
said the
used
defendant said.
when he told Travis Beach, the night he got the U-Haul,
Exactly.
the night that
It's
he
not coming
disappeared
straight from
Harmony's
his
body,
mouth.
to whatever place it is now, where he knows it is right now, to this day, his words, I fucked up. Not she, not we, not Kayla, I
No,
fucked
he
up. Singular,
only the part
personal,
stepmom.
solo. That's the defendant's words. Defense counsel got up here in openings and said that you'd hear evidence that Adam Montgomery was out in the middle of the night doing his business when something happened and Harmony died. If that were so, the defendant never would have told Travis Beach, I fucked up. Adam Montgomery was no loving, caring parent, but an enraged tyrant who had no business being around young Harmony. So together, let's look at the actual evidence, the actual quotes of what you saw and heard as we look at all of the charges that you're going to deliberate on that encapsulate what the defendant did do, and talk about the evidence that you've seen tells you what he committed. And we'll start first with what the defendant's telling you in opening arguments, and now that you can and should find him guilty of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Let's set that as the baseline. Let's start there. Let's see what that actually means before we look at how he committed each one of the crimes charged, not just the ones that he feels are going to distract you from the rest of the nightmare that he's responsible for. who carried Harmony's body away from the broken down car in the duffel bag, hid her outside of Colonial Village while they stayed in Anthony Badero's blue Audi for 2 nights, put Harmony under a ramp and then in a van, and then in this cooler for weeks at Christina Lubin's house, into the CMC bag, into the walk-in
Yeah,
cooler at
heard
Portland
that.
Pie Company, in the fridge, in the freezer, defrosted her in the shower, consolidated her body yet
I have
again,
my doubts
brought
about
her
that
to the
cooler.
Econo Lodge, tricked his friend
Yeah.
into renting him the
They didn't
U-Haul,
prove
It
any
still-
of that.
it
in the
still
dumped her
court.
body
smells.
somewhere. All to make sure that the evidence that could have been brought before you that shows that he's responsible for having murdered her would never be found. And he says you can and should find him guilty of those 2 crimes, of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence for this. He doesn't dispute this. The defense said all of that in their openings, that the defendant did both of these 2 bolded things. Since day 2 of this trial, opening arguments, you should then consider not only all of the testimony, but also all of the corroborating testimony about all of those charges. Those 2, falsifying physical and abuse of a corpse, to be true. So let's make it very, very painfully clear from the indictments that you're going to be considering for falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse, making this Harmony fit into this.
Schoenberg is on the roll today.
He really
Yep.
is.
This is going to get him convicted.
And disappearing her body in the condition that it could not be found for a trial like this one. The evidence was there, and the defendant's counsel professed to you that he's not disputing that, not saying he didn't commit these crimes. So you can check these 2 off the list. And with that, you got to remember the defendant gets no credit for this. He says that you can and should find him guilty of these, but he's not taking responsibility for them. He hasn't admitted anything. He's not taking responsibility for anything that he did. His argument to you is not because he's taking responsibility. It's tactical. He admits what he can't deny. And he denies what he can't afford to admit. He cannot deny each and every single one of these facts that were presented to you. That she died on the 7th. That he brought her in a duffel bag to Colonial Village. Stored her under a deck, into a red cooler, in the closet it fit, in the ceiling it built. It's her blood in the ceiling at the Fit Shelter at 177 Lake Ave. And his fingerprints in the ceiling. Remember? Left-handed prints in the ceiling. The only other person being poor Mr. Mondrag, the drywall installer. Into the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. Over to Union Street, consolidating her body even more, bringing her to the Econo Lodge, tricking Travis Beach, and dumping her body so it wouldn't be found. The argument that the defendant is making, he had to make. His concessions don't mean he's taken responsibility for these crimes. It doesn't mean that he's a man of principle or restraint, nor does it give his argument any credibility that because I concede all of this, well, the rest of it must not be true. The whole thing's true. And he's taken responsibility for none of this. So again, baseline, first things first, before we move on, these 2 charges and the charges that his counsel argue you can and should find him guilty of, they're there. That's done. And that's the tip of the iceberg. It's all of the charges. Every single one of them has been proven by evidence, not emotion, beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the man who did all of these things. And that's because you saw the evidence. You went on The View. You saw witnesses take this stand and put themselves before you. And you looked them in the eye And the same common sense that you use every day to tell whether somebody is feeding you a lion, a bull, or not, you used with those witnesses. And because of that, you know that this is true. Because you heard from people like Kevin Montgomery, Nick Ahern, Katie Moran, all talking about the defendant telling them in July about the worst thing he had ever done up until that point. You heard from Kayla, 2 days from Kayla, and all of the other witnesses that corroborate her, how he beat Harmony. This 35-pound child. Remember, Nurse Travers told you that she was measured just back in June before the July incident occurred. 35 pounds, 5 years old, 35 pounds. And you heard from all those witnesses, especially Kayla, about why he beat Harmony to death, when he beat Harmony, and how he beat Harmony. And you vetted what she had to say. And you saw the rest of the injuries that he incurred, and all of that was corroborated by the other evidence presented. Corroborated in ways that we'll explore that the witness never could have possibly known there was other evidence out there that supported them. Not when the defendant started telling investigators what happened and how the defendant beat the life out of Harmony. And then beat and controlled Kayla afterwards to make sure that she stuck to the story so he would not be held accountable and the evidence of his crimes would not be found. So when
Is
he
this the same
says
lady we saw on
that
the
you
stand?
can find him guilty of these, understand that these two are but a part of the whole of his criminality, of how he murdered Harmony as well. When he said this to Travis Beach, it wasn't for part of that. It was for the whole of taking Harmony's life and beyond. Don't forget what he's saying that you ought to convict him on as well.
Thank you, Restless Mom. I appreciate all of you
That the
watching it as
falsifying
well.
physical evidence and that the abuse of corpse are unto themselves evidence of the crime of murder. He's a murderer. That's getting rid of evidence. That's what murderers do. They get rid of evidence that would show others what they've done. They think no body, no evidence, no conviction. They silence witnesses into staying silent or even perjuring themselves so that the witnesses don't tell others what the murderer did. Because murderers don't want to
She
be held
chose to
accountable for their
perjure herself.
actions. Murderers want to get rid of the evidence. They don't mind abusing the body so that the evidence of how their victim was murdered can never be found or used against them. They clean bathrooms with ammonia after they get rid of the evidence, like this defendant did. They clean out the plumbing lines, like this defendant wanted to do. They desecrate and hide the dead so that the body cannot tell the story of how they died to the living. That's what murderers do. That's what the defendant did. Because he's a murderer too. Now,
You didn't
let's
prove any of
really
that.
start.
Well, that's what Kayla did
Let's
too.
talk about what he
Yeah.
did first to Harmony. Excuse me. Let's talk about what happened in June. Let's talk about the second-degree assault. You will likely never forget Kevin Montgomery's testimony as he was sitting up here, taking his time to thoroughly make sure he answered truthfully and recalled to the best of his recollection. And you are never going to forget how he described Harmony's face when he flew home from Florida, having been there in July, come back on the 22nd to see Harmony in the house in the kitchen. And we saw him relive that moment for us. Admitting
Did he
that
go straight to the
asked
cops
her,
after seeing that?
quote, "Oh my God,
No.
Harmony. Or, oh my fucking
Exactly.
God, Harmony, what did you do to your face?" End quote. And how he told us Adam answered the question. Not Harmony. Adam did. She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house. That's not disciplining a child. That's not pulling her away or jerking her and not protecting someone else. If it had been, the defendant never would have said this when Kevin asked Harmony what happened, would he? Kevin Montgomery told you he was subpoenaed to be here. He did not want to testify against his nephew. And you saw it on his face that he remembered what the defendant said he did. Not Harmony answering the question. The defendant answered it for her. And remember how Kevin said the defendant said this. Another moment, probably not going to forget. When I asked Kevin about how the defendant said he bashed her around the house, Kevin, you'll recall, said, quote, like a cocky son of a bitch. Nick Ahern told us he saw that black eye and how bad it was. And what did the defendant do? Lied to him. Nick told us how the defendant told him that it was from an injury from playing soccer. Nick told you he only saw it for what? How many seconds? 4 seconds. Only saw it for 4 seconds. Saw how bad it was. He described it as being pretty intense, that it was concerning to him, and that the defendant let her be outside for all of 4 seconds before the defendant told her to get back inside. And what did Harmony do? She obeyed. Nick saw him walk Harmony right back through the front door and then shut it. And so why did Nick hide Harmony away that day? Because he couldn't let a 5-year-old outside on a summer day, could he? Not when her face showed the mark of the assault that he had delivered on her. Shows everyone in the neighborhood, along with Nick, evidence of what the defendant did to her. Katie Morin told us that the defendant used other words to describe that day and what he did, besides bashing her around the house. Did she say a jerk? Did she say a grab? Did she say a yank? She did not. The defendant told her it was, quote, the worst thing I'd ever done, end quote. And that he had supposedly backhanded her. That tells you that the defendant knew how badly he beat Harmony that day in July, that the defendant called it to Katie Morin the worst thing that he had ever done. And the evidence from the multiple people who saw how bad this was and who heard the defendant describe either inflicting it upon her or hiding her. Don't forget, we also have Demetrios Saros. When he first went to the house, was he able to see Harmony? He told you. Only from feet away, as the defendant was hurrying up and getting Harmony in the car and driving her out of there. And even a week later, when he finally does get to see Harmony, she still has a mark on her face. Finally, you've also got Kayla Montgomery, who told you she overheard the defendant's conversation with Kevin Montgomery and then confronted him because he told her it was from a lightsaber that one of the boys had been swinging around and Harmony got hit in the face. And she confronted him about it and said, "You said it was from a lightsaber." He said, "Yeah, no. What I said to Kevin was correct." He admits that he lied to her before when he told Kayla that Harmony got hit by a lightsaber. More evidence that corroborates that what Kevin said happened, his conversation with Adam, where Adam admitted to hitting Harmony in July, did happen. Simply put, from multiple witnesses, from the defendant's multiple confessions, he committed the crime of second-degree assault
A light
on a
saber.
5-year-old in July of 2019. And of that, there is simply
I'm sorry, Holly.
no
I didn't see that.
doubt.
I'll put up a verdict time when we're done with closing.
That being said, now we can move on. Who and where and why Harmony was killed? Let's go through what the evidence showed us, one thing at a time. We saw that it was not alone with Kayla, not in the Colonial Village parking lot in the middle of the night, where Adam had gone to go do his business. Not that it was something that you heard that had happened. it was the defendant in the car on the morning of the 7th with his fists. And it was cold. We know it was cold. So cold that Padero's car died that night when they moved over into the Audi. Adam wrote to Matt Gendron.
Yeah, because she
remember, that they
turned
were
on the
freezing
heat, but not
cold
the
enough so
engine.
that Kim Frayne went and gave them the
Yeah,
battery.
because she ran the
That's
battery
not-
down.
So we know it must have been cold enough that day
Stupid argument.
that blankets in the back of a car did not appear out of place. Kayla told us how the accidents were happening, and yes, something had happened the night before, but she told you the night before was when the defendant first hit her. Why? For another accident that Harmony had had in the car. An accident
Stop
that
punching the
Kayla
bedroom
did
ceiling.
nothing about. An accident that the defendant did nothing about and told Kayla to let Harmony lie in it. Kayla told you what it smelled like, and she told you to your face that she still did nothing about it. And in the morning, things were still the same. Kayla described for you how it started up again. It was still
I
dark
believe
outside.
women
She
are
told you at
undercharged
below
with
in the morning,
is it
it was
60%
still dark
according
outside. We
in
know that.
compared to
Why?
men.
Because it's December 7th. Because it's before they get to the methadone clinic, and we know that the check-in times there are 7:05 and 7:09. And you know how dark it is in December, just a couple of days away from the darkest day of the year, December 22nd. When the defendant gets out of the car, goes in and gets his methadone, and then comes back, he finds Harmony has done it again. The smell of her inability to control her bladder and her bowels, something that she used to be able to do just fine for years. It's back again in his car again. The last place that he has, the only place that he has. And what does the man whom Kayla saw be so rageful do? And remember, that rageful wasn't just seen by Kayla, wasn't it? We heard from Rose Smith, the driver, years later, 2021. She told you that after giving Kayla a ride to the methadone clinic with Adam and coming back, that Kayla had had bruises that day, terrible black eyes, and that she tried to give her phone to Kayla. And her words were that when he wrenched that phone out of her hands, he told her, "You are not giving that phone to my wife." And she described his face how? A look of pure rage.
Okay. Did she call the
What does
cops over that?
person do when they get back to the car after their methadone?
Stop using
And
logic.
Harmony has soiled herself again. All he has is his car and his rage and his fists. And Kayla described for you how that went on. For the length of time that the same length of time that you took driving from the clinic here on Market Street up to the Burger King on Hooksett Road, you drove that drive. You know how long that is. And as the smell continued, she described that the hitting continued. And Harmony took blow after blow until she was moaning. And the defendant points to the fact and says, well, other people, they should have been able to see in the car. It's cold. It's dark. We know there's snow on the ground. Snow in New Hampshire means salt, which means the windows probably look the exact same that yours and mine did this morning. It's not easy visibility. Plus, think about it.
Yep. The problem is Kayla will never get justice because no one is telling anyone where she's tossed.
35-pound child, and make sure that it's below the windows. Not for him. Not for Adam Montgomery. Not against Harmony. Not in that car. And you saw from the Walmart video and the video from Officer Stanzel when they first approached the defendant, when he was trying to find where Harmony was, you saw from that how the defendant looked. Remember him at Walmart. He's not a small or a weak man. He wouldn't need to use much power to inflict deadly force upon Harmony's skull. And you heard
What?
it wasn't from one blow of his arm, but several.
Facts not in evidence.
Take a moment. Let's just take a break and talk about something that defense brought up. The fact that there are other children in the car, and why wouldn't they have been screaming and yelling? I remember that front catchphrase she tried to get Kayla to say, a cascade of chaos would have ensued. We know young children adapt to their environment like nobody's business.
Kayla
They're
doesn't
frightened by
know
new
he drove
faces,
alone in the
frightened by
U-Haul.
new experiences or the unexpected, but they're not frightened by something that's familiar. Why would the other children cry if Harmony had been getting hit and punished in the car? After all, this was the second time in less than 12 hours that they would have seen this if they were awake. They would not have been unfamiliar with his rage towards Harmony in that car. The defendant's theory that punishing Harmony for soiling herself would make the other children cry implies that this is unfamiliar to them. And the evidence shows that it is not. Kayla rejected that cascade of chaos every single time it was proposed to her. And both Kayla and common sense.
No, he drove
tell you
alone in the U-Haul.
that
She
makes
don't
sense
know. She can't know.
that that's
She
true.
was at home with the boys.
Now, when they got to Burger King, the damage at that point had already been done. As Kayla told you, Harmony laid under the blanket. No one went to get help for her. Not the defendant who beat her, not for Kayla either. And what did the defendant say in that moment? Words matter. I think I hurt her this time. This time. This time. I think I hurt her. I think I did something. Why say this? Because he didn't do nothing. He did something. He took her life in rage over a bathroom accident. And he admitted in his opening that you can and should find him guilty of abusing her corpse and falsifying physical evidence for what he did afterwards to get rid of the evidence, get rid of her, get rid of the evidence that would have shown he murdered her. But it was the evidence of his crime of beating her. I fucked up. I think I did something. I think I hurt her this time. That's what he believed.
Yeah, that
saw-
doesn't make any sense.
Kayla testify. You heard for 2 full days practically while she was on the stand, having to tell you what she saw having happened. And Kayla did nothing. She did nothing. She did not parent Harmony. She did not clean Harmony. She did not change Harmony when she soiled herself and the defendant told her to leave her in it. She didn't stop the defendant. She didn't try to get Harmony help. She didn't call 911. She didn't yell out. She didn't run out of the car. She didn't disobey the defendant. She's not seeking help. She's not seeking attention. He went through the trunk to get her, not her, because she did nothing. Later, she didn't betray him until after she even lied in grand jury and committed perjury for him. She didn't lift a finger. She did nothing.
Yeah, why didn't you charge her with
Nothing
that?
at all.
Exactly.
The
Yeah,
defendant wants
please
to
make
have
that
their
make
cake and eat it
sense.
too when they come to describe her.
Mhm.
She's an abuser, but she did something in the middle of the night. She didn't see anything here, but she saw it all. She wants the defendant. Oh, she doesn't want the defendant. Believe her grand jury testimony, but don't believe her grand jury testimony, the part where she said she lied. That part you should actually believe, even though she's telling you it's a lie. Want to have their cake and eat it too when it comes to her testimony. Well, you know, she would have been really conscientious when she was shopping for diapers.
He's going to end up
That's,
by
if
showing
you're
the
homeless,
picture
yeah,
of
that would
Harmony,
make
and that's
sense. You want to
gonna
go where
get
you can
him
get the
convicted.
cheapest price.
Yep.
She's a drug user. She's homeless. And for Harmony, she does nothing. They want to argue, well, she would have had this instinct to protect that child. Oh, but she did something to her in the middle of the night. She did nothing. We are tested all of us, just a few moments in our lives to do the right thing, where our character as human beings is tested to do the right thing. And on this test, December 7th, with where Kayla Montgomery was back in that life, she failed. At grand jury, she failed. She still obeyed him. Even though he had run off to Maine with a second girlfriend since then, she still obeyed him. Katie Morin told you that back then, Kayla would have done anything for the defendant. That's what her protector did to her. He had her conditioned so well, physically and mentally, that she kept his secret, and she did nothing. You saw that in her testimony when she told you about doing nothing. And she told you about not stopping him from hitting Harmony. And she admitted unashamedly, without reservation, she didn't try to take Harmony to the bathrooms to clean her up. She didn't try to get her help. She did obey. She took Harmony's body to Portland Pie when he told her to later, sitting her between her two children in the stroller for that 15-minute walk down the street. But she did nothing. You don't have to like her.
7 years.
You don't have to like what she did.
7
You may
years
have
for
very
the
good
falsifying
reasons for
evidence
it,
and a maximum of 1
but
year
that
for
doesn't change the
the
fact that she saw
abuse
the
of a
defendant
corpse.
beat
That's
Harmony
crazy.
to
That's
death.
crazy.
Yeah.
That is
That doesn't change her
insane.
credibility on telling us what the defendant did. Just because you believe that her failure to do the right thing is despicable, it doesn't mean that on this she's not credible. She actually tried to humanize this guy. Remember her testimony? She cried. And she said to you and admitted she still cares about him. Her in prison, Harmony somewhere, only he knows. And she still cares about him. And she admits how she did nothing for Harmony. If she was singing for her supper, like the defendant suggested in their opening, she wouldn't have done that, would she? She'd have an answer for every question, an excuse for every moment that she did nothing. She didn't have that.
Yeah, not necessarily.
She would never have admitted that she didn't take the kids to the bathroom or that she let Harmony sit in it that night. And yet she did. That's someone who's not making up a story to make herself look better, is it? She never would have admitted that when Harmony is covered by the blanket as they get their food from Burger King, that she unceremoniously dumped a breakfast sandwich on top of the blanket. Harmony can open that herself. After the defendant had covered her and smashed her face. And yet,
Oh,
that is what she told you happened.
yeah. That's a maximum.
Kayla
3.5 to 7.
That she did nothing. It's not the face of a person who's trying to make themselves out to be the saint and the defendant to be the devil. That's certainly not a master.
I liked his beginning. Now he's getting into, but Kayla really is a kind of a victim, and you have to believe her. She did done nothing wrong, and I don't like where he's going with this because he knows she's a weak witness, and that's the only witness. If you hated
Yeah.
her so much and she did so much wrong, you should have charged her as well.
Yeah,
For
it's almost
criminal
like you make
schemer
those
trying-
choices.
Yeah, because you're the DA.
Exonerate her own behavior, as you just heard in closing arguments. She is not like the defendant. She's not.
Sammy, we had the defense closing. Elaine rambled like she always does, and this guy started out good, and now he's kind of beginning to ramble as well.
Admitting that what she can't deny and denying what she can't afford to admit, because if she did, she would have never admitted to her failure to act to protect Harmony. She would have never denied doing the small things. She would have claimed, oh, I did do those. I tried to redeem myself. And how she comes across, how she testifies. What she is a battered woman admitting an inconvenient and terrible truth, that she failed in a moment of life when her character was put to the test. She did nothing to help Harmony, nothing to stop her. She didn't kill her. Only the defendant did that. So when defense counsel says that it was Kayla who put Harmony in a duffel bag in the trunk and told Adam about it later, you heard and saw Kayla testify. She did nothing to Harmony. Not a thing. And you can't get
Because that's your narrative
nothing
for her to testify that way.
And the defendant's promise at openings that you'd see she did something remains exactly now as it was then. And it's a false promise. You've seen that theory with evidence presented to test it, and it is still without support. It is still without corroboration, and it is still unreasonable to believe because it was the defendant who did something. When you consider Kayla's testimony, don't consider it alone. Consider it with all of the facts that go along with that testimony. Facts such as that she does have an agreement to tell the truth. Defense counsel questioned her and argued that, well, she
the state's truth.
A lot more.
Yeah, only if she tells a lie.
Yeah, only if she testifies the way they want is her deal any good.
Back on her. It's back to square one for her. Her agreement is null and void. But the evidence that you saw thoroughly,
and who decides if it's a
where
lie?
Harmony is,
Exactly.
location after location in Hampshire, Massachusetts, 900 plus pieces of evidence to help find out what happened has only corroborated Kayla about who killed Harmony, about when she died, who hit her, who mangled her body, and who dumped her where she is now.
Yeah,
somewhere between here and the Tobin Bridge in Massachusetts. Corroboration, big, fancy, 5-syllable word that stands for evidence that supports that a statement is true.
And they had none to support her statements.
Testimony alone. With her truthful testimony on the elements of the crime charged, that would be enough for you to go ahead and find the defendant guilty.
Truthful.
But you don't just have her testimony. You have so much more. Because every witness, 50 witnesses that came in and testified to you about and provided evidence, provide some corroboration for Kayla's account of what happened in ways that she never could have known. And that includes testimony and evidence that corroborates her on how Kayla died, how Harmony died, and why.
They don't know how Harmony died.
Why her body was desecrated. How Kayla was silenced for so long, and how the defendant discarded Harmony like trash so she wouldn't be found. Let's look at just one example. How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth when she told us how the defendant tried to induce or cause her to stick to his story, to not testify?
You don't.
Not tell people how he murdered and disposed of Harmony. How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth on that? Tampering with her as a witness. It's because the evidence corroborates. Nicole Giles told us that Kayla was still at the fit on Lake Avenue, Families in Transition Shelter, when she saw bruises on Kayla's body. This is back in January of 2020, before Harmony was ever known to be missing. And Kayla is admitting to Miss Giles that the defendant is beating her. And she, what? She asked Miss Giles not to tell anyone. Having just been homeless, now living in a transition shelter with 2 younger children, and having been tested before and failed to get help for a child, she stays silent. She obeys and sticks with the defendant's story. Despite her abuse later, we see that as well from the testimony of Rose Smith, who was giving her that ride for methadone, saw the beating that Kayla had taken the night before. And as she again saw pure rage in the defendant's face as he came and wrenched the phone out of Rose's hands, saying, "You're not going to give my wife that phone." So much so.
So she actually witnessed him beating her, or no?
You heard her say,
"No,
ever
all the
since
marks."
then,
Exactly. So she didn't see it firsthand.
That she carries pepper spray now. And she said, quote, "Something I will never forget."
Verdict today.
Kayla is under control and doesn't say what happens to Harmony throughout that time period. And he believes
Because
that
she's just as guilty.
police. You heard testimony about how he believed the police were listening in on him and tracking him, and that he was ripping light fixtures down, that he was breaking thermostats and electronics. Kayla told you
Yeah,
that
she
he
was
was
first through the
paranoid
door,
that she was
so
working
he'll
with
fry for
police
that.
and was being listened to. It's not a sign of mental illness. It's not a sign of being sad. It's a sign of guilty conscience. A sign that you want to continue to exert control, and you should think of it as such. That's corroborated by Dennis Cloutier. Remember the handyman at 644 Union Street? He saw the ripped down electronics, the broken thermostats, and he made
Ariel
the
is in
repairs.
trouble.
We also see more of that witness tampering from the testimony of Tara Hilbert next door on Orange Street, when Kayla finally does escape physically the clutches of the defendant, to the cycle of abuse that he had perpetrated for so long. The defendant didn't want to be found out. And since Kayla,
No.
he silenced Kayla because he didn't want to be found out what he had done. And you know that from the very beginning. Don't forget the Facebook messages to Travis Beach. The U-Haul was still out there. What did he tell Travis? The day after, the next morning, when he's trying to find out, Travis is trying to find out where the van, because it's supposed to be back. What does he tell Travis right then? Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
What?
Just like getting rid of the body and destroying physical evidence, convincing witnesses to what you've done to stay silent. That's what murderers do. That's what this defendant did. They silenced them into staying
They put
silent.
on evidence that that's what murderers do.
That was so very long. He made sure that it was his story that was being
I mean,
told.
MG
They used
Law,
the same-
it's
Continued to
none
tell
of the
used the
facts,
same-
but
same,
can't we just show a picture?
to
They showed
everyone.
the same
His
Facebook
lie
message in
that he
the gun
created.
trial to say
To
it was
Christina
to
Lubin.
hide
Remember,
gun.
this would have been the first day after
Purchase.
they got booted out of Anthony Badero's Audi. At Christina's place, tells her, I dropped her off in Massachusetts with her mother. Jessica Garrett tells her over a year later, while she's delivering a gift for her boyfriend, tells her at that time, oh, my other daughter, she's down in Massachusetts, and quickly changes the subject. Demetrios Saros, the former DCYF employee, tells her, no, send her down to her mother in Massachusetts. Did that right around Thanksgiving. Courtney Garcia, who sees Harmony in the car on Thanksgiving Day and not there just a couple of weeks later. What's the defendant's story? What does the defendant, not Kayla, what does the defendant tell all of these people and tell Courtney Garcia? Dropped her off at my mother's. She was having bathroom problems. I'm sorry, dropped her off at her mother. She was having bathroom problems. Tells Rebecca Maines, dropped her off with her biological mother. Biological mother doesn't even let me see her. A clever lie that works if Kayla sticks to the story that he's told everyone. And it did for a long time. That's why Kayla's in prison today. Corroborating evidence comes not only from the witnesses, but again, from evidence of receipts and from photographs, because a picture does speak 1,000 words. That is not the face of the person who's in control. It's the face of the person who was kept under control. She needed to be kept under control so that what the defendant did to his daughter would not be found out. And it worked for a long time. But all the witnesses who corroborate all testified to a different aspect of seeing the control that he exerted on Kayla and the stories that he told others to stop her from actually working for the police and to stop her from telling police what really happened. That's about what he does to her. But what else corroborates Kayla about why Harmony was killed? The defendant again, not only about why, but telling Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines that why she is no longer with him, or one of the reasons at the time he gets rid of her, is because she's having bathroom accidents. So you know that that's the reason why he did what he did to her on the morning of December 7th. He's still mad about why this happened. He's still talking about it months with Rebecca Maines years later. It's why he killed her, having accidents in the car. When Kayla said that the defendant hit her overnight and says words of, "You have to stop doing this," that's corroborated by what he told Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines, that he got rid of Harmony because she was having accidents. Rebecca Maines told us just yesterday, a friend of his, a close friend of his, that these accidents are what made him take Harmony away. To what did Rebecca testify? The defendant told her a better place for Harmony, a better place. He told her that he thought Harmony was having these accidents on purpose. And Courtney Garcia especially recalled that the defendant said the accidents were happening while they were living in the car. So when the defendant says there's no evidence to support Kayla about what happened in the car, you know that's not true. Rebecca Maines could not have been clearer yesterday when she told you and clarified for both.
He's on his car phone, that's why.
That the defendant told her he hated.
I've been muted. I haven't been saying anything.
Harmony.
Oh, could hear your phone.
Harmony's mom. She could not have been clearer about that. Remember, if the defendant himself agrees with his displeasure and anger at Harmony when he got rid of her, and that was because of having accidents in the car, and when he says it to other people, that's not a coincidence. That's corroboration. Corroboration that he was angry at Harmony for the bathroom accidents. Evidence that even though this little 5-year-old girl that he thought was doing it on purpose, evidence of why he was so angry that morning. What else corroborates Kayla's account of when Harmony was killed and what the defendant did to her? Matt Gendron and Kim Frayne. Both of them corroborate the time of when this occurred. Both of them corroborated because, hey, Kayla told you it happened when they were back, when the last night that they had their car going into the morning. The drive from the methadone clinic to Burger King in the morning on December 7th. And after that, they move into Anthony Badero's Audi. And what do we have on that cold, dark, winter night, December 8th, 2019? Just after midnight, we've got the defendant Facebook messaging away to Matt Gendron as he told you, hey, need help, ASAP, please. Need a jump and jumper cables, ASAP. I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery, we've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died. My car died. My car, me. And we know what car he's staying in. It's Anthony Badero's blue Audi. We know that from the tow receipt because the car went and got towed by Aaron Sweeney earlier on the 7th. Matt didn't want to go out. Kim agreed to go out, got there with a jumper pack, and when she was there, no Harmony. The boys get in the car.
Yes.
Harmony doesn't get in the car. More corroboration of when this happened. Separate from Kayla's testimony, separate from the corroboration that what she says is in fact the truth. What is unreasonable to be believed? What is not corroborated? What's not corroborated is the defendant's theory that something happened in the middle of the night while he wasn't there. There has been no evidence of that. I'm going to talk about Mr. Badero for a few more minutes. The defendant proclaimed in opening that the defendant wasn't around, that he wasn't around that night because he was doing his business to get.
I have to take a break from this because this is again going way too long. And say thank you to Wendy for another 10 gifted memberships. It went to Susie, Purple Penguin, MLC, Kelly Walker, Reformed Convict, Malcolm Wilhelm, Hairway to Stephen, and Judy Gillespie, and of course Terry and Lawrence and Cheryl Dudiet, I think. But thank you so much, Wendy. Now he's getting into rambling territory.
Them out of that car. He's unemployed. He got no business. What business have we seen or heard any testimony about. He wasn't out working for Anthony Badero, making money and doing his business, because Anthony Badero showed us he's not the type of guy who's going to go ahead and hire the defendant to go out and work for him in the middle of the night. Tony Badero is not the type of guy who lets a homeless family stay in his car for more than 2 days. He was the type of guy who wanted that the family wanted to make sure didn't find out that they were living in Tony Badero's parking lot before their car broke down. And Tony Badero was definitely not the type of guy who was going to trust a homeless drug user who buys drugs from him to drive his car around at the middle of the night to help deliver drugs. Mr. Badero testified that he drove his car back then despite not having a license. It's not reasonable for you to believe that he is going to have Adam Montgomery drive him around that night, either to deliver drugs or in exchange for drugs. In fact, remember, Mr. Badero admitted to you that when he met the defendant, it was in the late summer of 2019. When? The one time he told you that he had the defendant drive him. And what was he driving to? The courthouse on charges for Mr. Badero getting caught for driving without a license. When you go to the courthouse for charges of driving without a license, probably a good idea if you don't drive your own car. Probably a good idea to have somebody else drive you, which is what Mr. Badero testified to, that was the one time he had the defendant drive his car. And that's back in the summer, long before the family's homeless, long before December of 2019. If the defendant gets pulled over making drug deliveries in the middle of the night, as defense is suggesting you, Mr. Badero's got a lot bigger problems to worry about than driving around without a license. Employing the defendant as his driver is something that Mr. Badero denied. And as you can see from reason, it's not something that Mr. Badero would have done. It's not rational.
How many
It's also not
rational
rational
drug dealers
to believe
have
that
you
Mr.
known in
Badero
your
would
life?
have entrusted
I
the
know.
defendant to go out and
God.
deliver his drugs. From all of the testimony you've heard at that time, you can easily imagine that if Mr. Badero trusted the defendant to go deliver drugs for him, the drugs that got delivered were probably going to be a lot less than what Mr. Badero had promised his customers. Common sense tells you that is not true. Common sense tells you that the defendant has no place to be the night of the 6th and the 7th, except in his car with his family, with Harmony. He has no business. He has nowhere else to be. And why did Mr. Badero tell us all this? He also said that the defendant and Kayla, when he saw them, were always together. Always together. And that when he did go outside,
Amy, we
and see
need a
the
chip
kids,
chop.
it was during the course of the relationship. Mr.
Chip, chop,
Badero
chip.
said
Wrap it up.
those days, on the out days when
dogs
they were
come
in the
running.
Audi and he went outside, he did not see Harmony. Harmony was not there on the 8th. Harmony was not there on the 9th. And Kayla, as much as got jumbled a few minutes ago in closing arguments, Kayla was clear as well. It's one of the lies that she told you was a lie that the defendant doesn't want you to believe is a lie. She told you in grand jury that she lied and said that, oh, in grand jury, I told Anthony Badero, I know that Anthony Badero saw the kids in Harmony and waved to him every day. I said that in grand jury, and I lied in grand jury. But you just heard in closing arguments that the defendant doesn't want you to believe that that's a lie, even though she admitted that that's a lie.
Well, I think you were
You
just
have your cake, and you want to eat it too.
ingesting this
I was
That's what
amazing
the defendant
closing.
wants. What else is unreasonable to believe? Arguments that, well, no one would have seen him
well. Then I
suffer
read what Lefty
wearing
wrote, and
when the car was
can't
pulled
say
over. on him.
anything but giggle.
Nobody, that could have happened for nobody to have seen it. That's impossible. He's going to manipulate 35 miles in the rear seat of the passenger. And your back is to the sidewalk and the shrubs that you saw there on that section of the road, with a building with very few windows in that section of the road, when it's freezing cold and everyone around you is distracted by the woman who's waving other cars to go around. The physical evidence in the car and the physicality of manipulating Harmony's body show that this is yet another way in which the defendant's theory is unsupported, that his arguments that Harmony died from something other than his hands the morning of December 7th, that is unreasonable. It was he who punished her with his fists that day, and it was he who decided to destroy, alter, conceal, and remove her body from the Sebring to be sure it couldn't be used against him when somebody came asking, "Where is Harmony?" You may, when you're back in deliberations, be looking at the evidence in this case. Different pieces of evidence that are there.
Yeah, bring in the ceiling.
Photographs, diagrams.
Hey, jackpot
Having a
from
good
the
understanding
Ohio State.
of where everything was, where it was found. And you may be asking yourself, why don't we have more forensic evidence here? First of all, the defendant is telling you that he falsified physical evidence. The other thing is that, as experts have told you time and time again, each one of the experts that got up here, time and elements can wear down DNA and fingerprints and blood. They were able to find DNA 106 trillion times more likely from a female child of the defendant and Crystal Sorey on this toothbrush in the very back of the trunk.
Yeah, he's been going to jail since the case started.
Excuse me, of the Sebring.
We're just wasting time now.
But by being so good in hiding his crimes and in intimidating the one witness, the eyewitness to him beating Harmony to death, by wiping down and hiding and destroying evidence, he was sure that there was going to be less and less of it around. And yet still, from that toothbrush, from the ceiling, the truth prevailed. Sometimes evidence is not always where you expect to find it. We heard testimony about this cooler, Christina Lubin's cooler, this cooler, that the defendant kept Harmony's body.
With no evidence in it.
No evidence of that.
There's evidence that he hid the body. There's no evidence that he actually was alive.
She had put money in there recently for the defendant to be able to take to help provide for the family. So we know there should be fingerprints on the inside of that because their fingers definitely would have gone in to take them.
Oh, so now he cleaned it so good
Yet
they
the
couldn't find
fingerprints
anything.
are not there.
Oh,
Yeah,
We know
because
that
if there's
fingerprints
one
sometimes go
thing
away.
that these people
yet
living out of their
when
car who let their
Caleb
kid lay in waste,
Montgomery comes
definitely
forward
cleaning.
and tells you,
Shit, exactly.
Yeah. Real good at it.
here is what I know. She finally comes forward in June. She leads everybody. She leads police.
Yeah, there is evidence he
Evidence
hit
that actually
hit the body, not
corroborates
hit the
ways
body.
that she never could have
Well,
known.
yeah, you can
She
say
never would
Kayla's
have known
testimony is
what
evidence
was in the fit
if you
tape.
believe her.
She
but,
never would have known
I don't find her
police
trustworthy.
would have been able to find
No.
I only
example
I only find
of
it
CMC
believable that
of the
she died.
bag that the defendant had stuffed Harmony into. She told you she initially thought with police this was the bag. She never would have known afterwards that Emily Thompson and Cameron Gibney both saw bag in the Portland Pie cooler. She never would have known about what had happened and was found and was discussed in testimony about the Union Street bathroom, the ATM records, the Home Depot receipt, the Economistay Lodge, the rental records. She never would have known that when she came forward with this.
Because all of this is what he already testified to.
In the ceiling.
The problem is we don't know how she died. I don't trust her.
Adam Montgomery is not climbing up there to be able to look and see that there's something still in that ceiling.
Yeah, of course you can use it. Elaine did the same to disprove
Part
it.
of all of those different things and what happened, you should also go ahead and consider what Kayla said afterwards about the forensic evidence that she could not have known would have corroborated. You heard about the bag of lime.
Oh, thank you.
It's not the fanciest looking bag of lime up there, is it? But that's the one that she identified. So let's
No,
talk
but
about
is
that.
it?
it's the only one
What does
not
that even
looking
mean?
Bag
like.
of lime that has the same skew.
It's the only one that
That had
doesn't
been
look like it's
purchased
used for
The day of
for,
February 26th.
flowers.
She isn't the best looking bag of lime, but
I'm just astonished he didn't buy limes from the produce section.
20 minutes later. 20 minutes later.
Yeah, but you don't
Across
have
the
any
street.
evidence it was him.
At the Home Depot.
yeah.
That's when there's a purchase of that
Bag of lime. That SKU number specifically
This is
was found
such a
as was
stretch
testified to
because
by the
he took
gentleman
out
from Home
money.
Depot.
A known
A
crack
purchase of
addict would of
lime
course use $400.
by a
in
person
Home
who doesn't own a lawn and has nothing to fertilize in the middle of the winter.
Okay, but you don't have
Common
evidence
sense
he
tells us
bought the
maybe
lime.
the defendant really
Stop
wanted to
it.
get the lye, L-Y-E, like you would find in Drano, breaks down organic material rather than lime to make your soil doesn't lower the pH, it raises it, makes it less acidic. But the lime
Okay, well,
purchased
thank
at
you.
Home Depot 20 minutes after the ATM
Nope.
transaction.
Only
What
on
was
the
it
ceiling
purchased
and
with?
the toothbrush.
A grinder, a blade, that purchase, and a battery, excuse me. That's not a coincidence. Again, that's corroboration. Corroboration
It's
that
not.
when the defendant talked about how he wanted to get rid of Harmony's body, when they got their tax refunds in their account, that's what he did.
We don't know what kind of
So
toothpaste they
when she
used. We only know it was a
told-
troll's
I heard about this a moment ago in
toothbrush.
cross-examination. When she told you that she had seen this grinder new in a box at some point, believing that she had seen it at her mother's house earlier on, when the defendant said that was the kind of saw he wanted to use to get rid of Harmony's body. And then when you heard that Christina Lubin doesn't own this kind of saw, it's a grinder. She does woodworking. This is not a woodworking tool. It's for grinding metal. You have to ask yourself, where is it that Kayla saw this grinder new in a box?
In the interrogation
think she
room, when you
did.
showed
Where
her.
was it?
Yeah,
Again,
the picture that
not
you
the
showed
lie of
her.
a master schemer, is it? Why would she concoct that out of thin air, as the defendant's arguing? Why
why
say
wouldn't
that
she?
that's the saw grinder
Because she's
saw
a
that she
drug
discussed?
addict and they make
She
shit up
knows,
all the
testified
time.
to you already that
'cause she
there's a
just
fourth
makes
saw
shit
on
up.
top underneath the sink.
Yeah, they put
This
two
was untrue.
things in front
If
of
she
her.
had not
Was it
seen
one of
this
these? Yeah, that
grinder
one.
at some point, new and in a box, if she was singing for her supper, she would have instantly just said, "Oh, yeah, it's the saw that we have down there." Saw the whole thing. That's what happened. Yeah, detectives, that's the saw. But she didn't do that. She identified the grinder. She said she saw it new. She remembers it because that's what the defendant talked about wanting to use on Harmony. If she didn't see it at Christina Lubin's house, and the only other place you can reasonably conclude is that she saw it at Union Street, along with the bag of lime, and she
How
doesn't
can you
remember it
conclude
clearly.
that?
Yeah.
That's the only other reasonable, logical conclusion to make. It's not a coincidence that from their account, the money gets taken out and 20 minutes later, this happens. It's corroboration.
It's
Yeah,
very
if you
much.
had him on camera buying
Next
this
day.
stuff,
The next day.
Yeah,
that is clear.
I don't believe that at all.
The next day, trying to snake the drain, as asked by the defendant. And who?
I don't
Did
think
he
he would have
say-
like went to the Home Depot so quickly.
While
Though. He probably
he's
would have
trying to
went
snake
and got some stuff.
drain-
Probably
the
effed
drain
around a
cover that's
little
already
bit.
been off.
He would have waited like 9 months until
Yeah,
other
I
people
know.
started complaining of
The
it
defendant.
smelling.
Who was pacing
Yeah.
behind him.
this
More
is
evidence
allegedly
that Kayla would never have known
2 months and
corroborates
13 days after
what happened.
she died that he
More-
bought that, thinking
more
now's the time to get rid of it.
She could never have known that there would be easy pass toll records of the same rental vehicle going back and forth, as Trooper Hernandez told us, through the Tobin Bridge on the night that he left to get rid of the body with the U-Haul. She could never have known when she told police what happened that those records were there, and that lo and behold, the odometer perfectly matches up for the distance to take that drive. Common sense tells you that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that that corroboration existed.
Apparently, most
Because it's not reasonable
U-Hauls
to
have an
think
Arizona
That
tag.
Kayla would tell and enable police to find other evidence.
He's
that
been
she
going
did
for
something.
50 minutes.
If she was the one that who had killed Harmony, like the defendant wants you to believe,
And if you want to
She
see
would
that
never have
case, you
done
can follow
any
it
of this.
over at Farrell's Housewife
the theory does not
Link.
fit.
in top of the chat.
And I want to jump to another reason why this theory does not fit. He's shown us that he's not the type of person that would have allowed this to happen under his theory.
Yeah.
He's argued to you that he's a caring parent, despite what we've seen from the rest of the evidence. But his theory is, in fact, this, that they had planned for hours what to do with the body, and that the plan was to carry her around for months and store her in different places, and then finally do something eventually whenever we get enough money for a grinder. It doesn't make sense. His theory is also that he was such a caring parent that he came home in the middle of the night from taking care of business to discover that his 5-year-old that he fought to get custody of is dead while left in Kayla's care. And he just takes it. He doesn't react. He doesn't rage. His theory is that he doesn't hit Kayla or yell or scream so others can hear, is that he just sits in the car for the rest of the day and night and takes it. Goes to the methadone clinic at 7:04 like it's nothing in the morning and takes it. That's his theory. That's not him. That's not who we've seen. That he would show indifference towards Harmony's death. That he bags, carts, stores, stuffs, frees, thaws, squishes, consolidates his child. He does all of that, then leaves Kayla for another woman. Leaves her with this woman that he's arguing to now killed one of his children, leaves the other kids with her, and then takes off to Maine, goes on to live his life. That's not him. That's not him. That's not what we've heard. He doesn't do nothing. He would not have been the passenger in this situation. He's the driver. What the defendant suggests his reaction was would not have been his reaction if Harmony just died in the middle of the night from something, and he came back to find her. In
She made a plea deal with them,
so we
and
know that theory,
as long as she
that
didn't lie on the
depends
stand,
you
they won't do her
believing that
anything.
That type of person does not work. It is a fantasy. It is beyond belief. It is a bizarro world that the defendant would have you believe in the light of discovering that his offspring is dead, that he does nothing, and that it's Kayla who's always doing the something. That's not reasonable because it's not supported by the evidence, not with the defendant's lies to others, not with the actions that we've seen him take towards Kayla, not with the evidence that he left on Kayla's face and arms and back. And he lied to others too. He lied to others too. Who's the one that's getting rid of the phone? He's got his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, to get rid of the phone. You saw from the other video there, he doesn't put himself in front of the camera. In fact, you probably saw when he first walked in, he had half a hand over his face. The video's there. You can look at it if you'd like when we go back.
He wasn't hiding. That's
He
not.
lied to the tow truck driver.
No
about
one
his address.
testified that this phone was the only
had to
phone
abandon the
connected
car.
to
It
the
was the crime
Facebook
scene.
message app. So
He told the tow truck
that's
driver,
lie.
I live at 77
Exactly.
Guilford Street. I live at 77 Guilford Street. Told the tow truck driver, I got no phone. We know he has a phone. He used it that night to Facebook message Matt Gendron to try to get a jump for the dead car. He lies to get rid of things. He tries to
He
continue.
probably
to
lies
lie.
all the time because he's a drug addict. Jesus
Don't send me
Christ.
the stuff on Facebook.
Yeah, the
He
tow truck
certainly
driver
doesn't have
said
a cell
people who
phone.
don't give me their phone
during that
numbers
time.
usually
He
are
wants
people
to get
without
his
insurance.
car away from him as fast as possible. What better way to
So
abandon
it wasn't
it?
unusual
Tell
for
the tow
him.
truck driver you don't have the
I
phone. Don't
guarantee
worry.
he had no
Let
insurance.
him get rid of the evidence because he's telling you now that he's guilty of getting rid of evidence. The defendant admitted only to what he had to. Which
Yeah,
to
two
do
years
or
after the
lie
murder.
would be
2 years after.
unspeakable acts to do to any
And
human being,
it wasn't
let alone a small child.
the technical expert
let
said
alone your own flesh and
he
blood.
could just access the
He
Facebook
says in his
Messenger
arguments
on
you
any
should
other
find him guilty
device.
of altering, destroying, concealing,
Mhm.
and removing Harmony's body. And he admits this why? Because he thinks you're going to be fooled. His counsel questioned Kayla with the legal principle, and I'm sure you remember it. who's asking Kayla about her petty theft from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, you took some responsibility of it. You took the lesser way out of the problem so you wouldn't get a more serious charge. That's what he thinks that you're going to let him do. He thinks if you'll let him slide on the murder, if he admits to what happened afterwards, because he knows the evidence of that is overwhelming, that you'll let it go on the other two. And he admits what he can't deny. He denies what he can't afford to admit. And the only part of Harmony that we have left will be sitting in that deliberation room with you on that pink toothbrush and outside here in this part of the ceiling wall that's there. And the other parts of her body, her rest of her torso, her face, her eyes, that smile, only the defendant, as we all sit and stand here today, knows where they are. And he can't afford to admit to you that he knows where they are, because the evidence contained on them will show that he caused her death. So she won't get the burial that everyone deserves. She doesn't get a headstone in the ground above the head that he battered. She doesn't get to be at peace in death because of what he did, because he can't afford to tell anyone where she is. She doesn't get dignity. She doesn't get peace because this man did nothing. He didn't do nothing. He did something called murder. And because he says trying to find her is a waste of time, that trying to find her is a waste of taxpayer money. That's what he thinks of her.
Screaming at
That's
me.
what he thinks of what he did. That's what he thinks of you now. Efforts to find where he put her and what he did to her and why he killed her, they're a waste of time to him. His words, you heard them. To find the child that he murdered and the evidence that he hid. He believes Harmony's life and death are a waste of time and that they weren't anything to him and that he dumped her like trash. This is what you've seen in the evidence. This is what you've heard the defendant say when you consider whether he has an extreme indifference to the value of Harmony's life when he killed her. He had no value for her life when he killed her. He took an innocent life, a child, for no reason other than his rage and his indifference and his ignorance and his lack of humanity. Because this trial is about Harmony Montgomery. And you sat here and you were so attentive to every moment, every terrible fact. You watched the eyes and the voices of every witness, and you know it's not about quantity, it's about quality. How they testified, how they looked at you when they answered questions on cross and direct. That was not a waste of time. Only Harmony's killer would say that finding her is a waste of time. That's bearing witness is what you have done to the truth. And that's a front row seat on what this man perpetrated.
Hey, Crime Spies. Haven't seen you in a while.
And her body and the
Hey,
truth
Crime
from
Spies.
being shown to you.
She's been busy with tax
Cowardly
season.
runs off to Maine to distance himself from the scene of his crimes. Who runs with Demetrios, comes to the house and could see that bruise on her face. And even then, a week later, Demetrios still saw marks of her after the defender had bashed her all around the house.
Yeah, no rebuttal.
The man
Safe
who
goes last.
complains about tracking down leads in Arizona as a waste of effort to prove something. Yes, that's what people do. That's what this community, this state, this nation, this society do. We go to find and protect life. Every one of us, whether you wear a badge or you don't, you seek to protect children. To
Just
put
pound the
next
table now, buddy.
above your own.
Yeah.
That's what a father does. That's not what the defendant wanted. Because he is not Harmony's father. He has forfeited that right to even claim that title or call himself her father. She was never a daughter to him. Not in July, not in December, not in that phone call, not from the moment of her death, continuing up through this very day when he knows where she is.
Nice.
He killed somebody.
Stop.
He never saw her as a blessing. He beat down something he saw as a nuisance, that he saw as an inconvenience. His behavior to the bathroom accidents shows you that in that moment, when he killed her, she wasn't a person. She was an object, thing. And he was mad at this thing that ruined his car. And he hit and he hit and he hit this thing to make it stop doing what he didn't want it to do, to teach it a lesson. Until he said to Kayla, I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something. And he might as well have said, I think I broke it. And that's what he did to her. Afterwards, only proves that his actions don't believe that he murdered his daughter. He broke one of his things. And like any broken thing that somebody never really loved, they throw it away. And that's what he did. He may have genetically donated half of his DNA to her, but he was not her father. She was an object that he beat, stuffed.
This is the state's closing argument.
Shelved in
Yes.
a walk-in cooler. Cameron Gibney told you she was down next to the mustard. She was an object made even tinier from her 35 pounds when she was alive, but defrosted.
Even more so for Kayla, though. She's the one that wanted the money.
Hotel.
Yeah, she's the
Yeah.
one who wrote it on her
Threw some
taxes.
holes, and he threw it away. And he knows where she is right now, but he believes it's a waste of time and taxpayer money to try to find
It's
her.
almost 1 o'clock.
So don't you
Well, maybe they won't get to a verdict today because jury instructions. Because this idiot has been talking for
murdered
an hour now.
his own daughter.
Yeah.
It feels like 2.
Rebecca Maines told you
How long are the jury instructions, though?
because she was
I hope they're not that long.
her mother.
Who knows? Just depends on how many there are.
defense counsel told you to go ahead and put a motion aside and look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at the facts and call him a killer. Put a motion aside, look at the facts, and then you can call him a tyrant. And you can call him a rageful. Call him rageful. Those descriptions suggested to you, maybe evil. But don't call him a father. It's time now for you to hear the court's final instructions, to then go back into that room and deliberate all the evidence that you've seen, and to hold the defendant responsible for everything he did in July of 2019, in December of
And for everything he
2019.
didn't do.
You promised both parties in the court during jury selection that when proof had been shown beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements of the crimes, that you could and would hold the defendant responsible. And now, not all doubt, but all reasonable doubt. And that proof has been shown. You promised us during jury selection that you did that, and you would do that. And you saw Kayla testify. From that alone, you've got sufficient evidence to convict him of every charge, but you don't have to take her word for it, because we just talked about and you've seen for 2 weeks all of the evidence that corroborates and gives you what you need to find him guilty on each and every single one of these charges. You saw in this courtroom that Kayla is not lying about who hit Harmony. And there is no doubt about how Harmony,
Except she's the one who's in jail for perjury.
killed him in December.
Yeah.
What was done to her
Well, I
body,
mean-
who did it, who falsified physical evidence, and how the defendant kept Kayla quiet. He's guilty of second-degree murder for recklessly causing Harmony's death with extreme indifference to the value of life, because you've seen beyond even that standard. He had complete indifference to the value of her life. Kayla did nothing. He did a lot of things. He did something, he said. It's called murder. It's called assault.
Yep.
And he's
If he
guilty
had all the
of
evidence,
every
he wouldn't need
single-
over an hour to do his closing.
And so I ask you to hold him responsible for that truth and what you've seen in the facts, what you've seen, what you've tested, and what you've heard has been proven. Find him accountable and find him guilty on every single one of these charges. And I thank you so much for your time today.
Oh, thank God he's done.
Jesus. Thank you. Sit down.
Yay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to give you my
It's
final
over.
instructions.
Oh.
As I said to you earlier, you will have, I'll send 12 sets of all the instructions, both the ones that I gave to you prior to opening statements and the ones I give to you now as a whole. You will have written copies of these instructions with you in the jury deliberation room. So please listen carefully.
Yeah, put them to his lordship.
Please remember that in
lordship
order to
YouTube
reach a
up
verdict in this case, whether it is guilty or
Some
not
can show
guilty, your
that's
verdict
different.
must be unanimous.
Mhm.
Prior inconsistent statements. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you may consider whether the witness made statements before trial which were not consistent with the witness's testimony at trial. Thus, if the witness made an inconsistent statement before trial, you may use that statement in deciding whether to believe that witness's trial testimony. Keep in mind that you may not use the statement made before trial as proof that the facts in this statement are true. The statement made before trial is only to be used by you in deciding whether to believe a witness. There are, however, two exceptions to this general rule that prior statements may only be used in assessing witness credibility. If the statement made before trial was made by the defendant or by a witness under oath, then you may use that prior statement as proof that the facts in the statement are true. I'm now going to discuss the definition of a crime and the crimes with which the defendant is charged. The definition of a crime. A crime is the breaking of a law for which the law provides punishment. All crimes have at least two parts, an act and a criminal state of mind. In deciding whether a person is guilty of a crime, you must determine both
there won't
what the
be a
person's
prize if you get it
actions
right,
were
Becca.
and
So
what his state of mind
doesn't matter.
was. For a person to be guilty of a crime, he must have physically acted to do something that is criminal, and he must have had a particular state of mind. Unless a person both acted to do something that is criminal and had the required mental state, that person has not committed a crime. That means that if a person either did not physically act to do something criminal or did not have the required mental state, then he is not guilty of a crime. To understand how mental state works, consider this example. Suppose two automobile drivers hit a pedestrian who was crossing the street. Suppose one of the drivers hit the pedestrian deliberately, whereas the other one did so out of carelessness. The two drivers would be of different crimes, even though they both committed the same act, because each had a different mental state. Proof of intent. To prove that the defendant has committed a crime, the state must first prove that the defendant did certain acts, and second, that the defendant acted with a certain intent. Whether the defendant acted with the particular intent charged is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of intent because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all of the facts and circumstances in evidence in deciding whether or not the state has proven that the defendant acted with the intent as it is charged in the indictment. Multiple indictments, one defendant. Each of the indictments against the defendant constitutes a separate offense. You must consider each indictment separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one of the indictments should not influence your verdict with respect to the other indictments. The charged offenses. Charge ID 1937947C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree assault. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused bodily injury to Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was a child under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted knowingly. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Knowingly. A person acts knowingly when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically intended or desired a particular result. What the state must prove is that the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct. Charge ID 2027112C. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant caused the death of Harmony Montgomery, and 2, Harmony Montgomery was under the age of 13, and 3, the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Recklessly. A person acts recklessly when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation. There are several components of a reckless mental state that
They
the
need to
state
treat
must
their
prove.
lunch as well.
1, the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. And 2, the defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove that the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. And 3,
Don't say that, then
from what the
someone will
defendant
see it
knew of
and
the circumstances,
report it
his
to the court.
disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done under the circumstances. The key words here are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find that the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. For a killing to be second-degree murder, the defendant must not simply act recklessly, but rather must act recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means something more than merely being aware of and consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. The risk involved and the disregard must be so blatant as to manifest extreme indifference to the value of human life. Charge ID 2027113C, falsifying physical evidence. The defendant is charged with the crime of falsifying physical evidence. The definition of this crime has three parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1, the defendant believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted. And 2, the defendant altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed the body of Harmony Montgomery. And 3, the defendant's purpose in committing that act was to impair the verity or availability of the physical evidence in the proceeding or investigation. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. Official proceeding means any proceeding before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental body or official authorized by law to take evidence under oath or affirmation, including a notary or other person taking evidence in connection with any such proceeding. The term purposely. A person acts purposely when his conscious object is to engage in certain conduct. The state must prove that the defendant had the conscious object to engage in this conduct. The key words here are conscious object. To have a conscious object means to have a specific intent. It means that the defendant desired to engage in certain conduct. It is not enough for the state to prove that the defendant knew or was aware of what he was doing. nor is it enough for the state to prove that the defendant created a risk of injury or harm. To prove that the defendant acted purposely requires more than that. It requires proof that the defendant specifically intended or desired to do a particular act. Charge
I don't know.
ID
I don't think so.
2027114C, abuse of corpse.
Because
the defendant is charged with
he's
the
only
crime
a-
of abuse of corpse. The
he's only,
definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements.
he's only
The state
allowed to
must
say he
prove
wants to go
each
to court
element
once.
beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove 1, the defendant removed, concealed, or destroyed the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof. 2, the defendant acted unlawfully. And 3, the defendant acted knowingly. These are the elements of the crime of abuse of corpse. Certain words in the definition need to be further defined. That word is knowingly. I've already read you the definition. In the instructions, I just refer you back to the definition that I gave you of knowingly. So it's the same definition that applies here. Charge ID 2027115C, tampering with witnesses and informants. The defendant is charged with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants. The definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that the defendant believed that an official investigation was pending or was about to be instituted. And 2, the defendant attempted to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely. And 3, the defendant acted purposely. The definition of purposely for purposes of this charge is the same as the definition of purposely that I have already read to you. I won't read it again, but you'll note that that definition is above. It is the same definition that applies to this charge. Those are the crimes that are pending against the defendant and are before you. The defendant's absence at trial. The defendant has been absent from trial. His absence from trial is not evidence in the case. You are not to guess or speculate as to the reason for his absence, and you may not draw any negative or adverse inference as a result of his not being present. You are not to consider for any purpose or in any manner
But they will.
the fact that the defendant was not present at trial. That fact should not enter into your
Sure.
deliberations or discussions in any manner at any time. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that this case is important to both of the parties, the state
quick.
and the defendant. The principles of law that I have given to you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair result. You are to exercise your judgment and common sense with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. As I said before, you should
Empty is,
decide this case without passion, without
within the
prejudice,
black
and without
poopy
sympathy.
picture.
It is your highest duty as officers of this court to conscientiously determine a fair and just result in this case. Now, again, as you were instructed during the general selection process, there is a presumption of innocence that applies and continues throughout the trial until the state convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of each and every element of the offenses with which he has been charged. And the defendant has no obligation whatsoever to prove his innocence in this matter, and that includes the right not to testify if he so chooses. When you have considered and weighed all of the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to the charges before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the
No,
state has
she made a
proved
plea,
any
and
one
as
or
long
more
as she
of the
didn't lie,
elements of the
they
offense
won't do
charged,
anything
you
to her.
must find the defendant not guilty.
And
On
not
the other
lying
hand,
means as
if
long
you
as she
find
said
that the
what they
state
wanted her
has
to say.
proved all of the elements of the offense charged beyond a
Oh, the
reasonable
defense
doubt,
could get her,
the
but
defendant
they
guilty.
won't.
And
No,
I remind
no,
you
it's
that a
a public
reasonable
defender,
doubt is
so
just
they
what
don't
the
care.
words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that
Great.
the doubt must
They
be
still have
reasonable
sandwiches.
rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based upon reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is a doubt based upon reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. As I mentioned, we will select a foreperson at random at the end of these instructions. The foreperson acts much like the
The
chair of
court
the case.
chooses the foreperson.
He or she should make sure that you take up the issues that I have
Jeg believe
described
she
and
grew a
should make
number
sure
last
that
time.
each juror has a full opportunity to present his or her opinions and arguments. I suggest that deliberations involve several components. You should each think for yourself about the evidence and the law. You should speak up and let your fellow jurors know your opinions, views, and positions. You should listen carefully and keep an open mind as to what your fellow jurors have to say. And you should make every reasonable effort to reach a unanimous agreement. The verdict that you reach must be a unanimous verdict and represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, all 12 of you must agree on your verdict. As you deliberate, try your best to work out your differences. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you are convinced that the other jurors are right and that your original position was wrong. But do not change your mind just because other jurors see things differently or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be exactly that, your own vote. It is important for you to reach unanimous agreement, but only if you can do so honestly and in good conscience. If any questions concerning the law should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the question out and sign and hand it to the court officer. The court officer will bring that to me and I will respond. You should take as much time as you like. You will be given a verdict form to complete. When you have arrived at a verdict, let the court officer know, and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render the verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask. The jury foreperson may use the jury verdict form in answering the clerk's questions as to each charge. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to send back one jury verdict form that has each of the charges and a place where you can record what your verdict is. And that document can stay with the jury foreperson when you are brought back into the courtroom, and the jury foreperson will use that to respond to the clerk's questions. Please bear in mind, in your deliberations, there can be no communications with anyone other than the other deliberating jurors in the case or the bailiff. You are not to use your cell phones or smartphones to communicate with anyone, check email, or use the internet. Your verdict in this case must be based solely on the evidence presented at trial and the law as I have explained it to you. We will now select the alternates and the jury foreperson. So the first alternate will be juror number 9.
Such a cheap way they figure this out. Let me give him this little wooden jar.
Juror number 9 will be our first alternate.
They couldn't even got one of those bingo thingies?
I know. Come on.
Juror number
A Plinko
4.
board?
The third alternate, juror number 5. Fourth alternate,
How cool could it be if it was chaka 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 chaka
juror
chaka
number
chaka?
1.
I know.
And finally, fifth alternate will be juror number 15.
That's a lot of alternates for a case that,
Yeah.
well, it was set to go for 6
Ladies
weeks,
and
but
gentlemen, I'm now going to
been
pick
going
the
for
jury
10 days.
foreperson. Juror number 2.
Ken.
Are you willing to
Behave.
serve as the foreperson? Yes? Okay, very good.
Is it a vampire?
Right.
Yes,
Let me
guilty.
say the alternates, those of you who are selected as alternates will be taken to a separate location. You are not to discuss the case. You are not to read anything about the case. You are not to look at any media, do any research. All the same rules that applied before still apply to you now. There are times when we do need to use one or more alternates for purposes of deliberations. So it is critically important that you're not discussing the case with each other or with anybody else. You're not to do any independent research. Don't look anybody up. You are under sort of the same obligations as you were before. In the event that we need to use you for purposes of deliberations, we need to make sure that you haven't discussed the case with anybody or done any independent research.
No, but the crumply
Let me
lady
say for the
was a fellow
deliberating
vampire.
jurors, we're going to send you back into the deliberation room. You may begin your deliberations whenever you are ready. The exhibits, I explained to you before that the exhibits will go back into the deliberation room. So all of the exhibits, with the exception of just a few, we are not going to send back. We are not going to send back. Was one
Because
body-worn camera
he chooses not
video.
to be there.
If you
And he
wish
was
to
allowed
see
to choose not to
that
be there.
body-worn camera video, what we would do is let the court officer know. We would bring you back in, and we could show it to you at that time. We're also not going to send back some of the larger, the sheetrock, the rails, and
Why
the
not?
cooler. Okay, but if you are interested in seeing any of those exhibits, please just let the court
I
officer
mean,
know,
what do they need to
and
look
we'll
at
bring you
on the
back into the
sheetrock?
courtroom, and you'll be able to view those exhibits if you wish to.
Kind
do
of
so.
my
So the
question,
sheetrock,
but
the rails, the cooler are not going
I
to go
want to
back
sniff
into the
it.
deliberation
Make sure
room.
it smells
The
like
body-worn camera
Faker.
you viewed while you were here, that's also not going to go back. But if you wish to view any of those things, please just let the
That was
court officer
terrible.
know. We'll bring you back in and we'll do it at that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have accomplished everything out here that we need to accomplish. You've been
She
very,
wants
very
it done by
attentive.
today.
I very
That's
much
why
appreciate that.
she
I'm
went to
now going to
jury
let the court
instructions.
officers take the alternates to their location and the jury to the deliberating jurors to the deliberation room. All
Oh,
rise for the jurors, please.
it made me chuckle.
that's so bad. It's good. Oh, Ken. No, they were serving sloppy joes at prison, so he didn't want to come today.
Yeah.
Well, the jury has to decide on all 5 counts.
You may be seated.
If he's guilty or not guilty in witness tampering, second-degree assault, second-degree murder, falsifying physical evidence, and abuse of a corpse. He has pled guilty to falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. So, why? They said it smelled like death. No, the cooler has no smell to it. But that's what they're going to decide. There are 5 charges against him. He pled guilty, kind of pled guilty to 2 of them. But let's see what the poll is saying, because it's dinner time, my time. End poll. Come on. Come. Why don't... There it is. 53% thinks it'll be a quick verdict. 35% believes it between 2 and 4 hours. 10% 4 to 8, and only 1% believes we'll be here tomorrow. Are you blocked? Maybe I didn't pay attention. I've been zoned out for the last 2 hours, to be honest, because I was looking at another case that might start tomorrow that I will be covering. So no, you're not blocked. You you are
I've seen
all righty. I'm just a little zoned out. Cool Gamer coming in late. Hey, Cool Gamer. Will they argue anything, or is it? I think it's time. It's time. 8 word on screen time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I mean, they might do another, motion for directed verdict or something, but
no, because no, they didn't do it in the gun case either. Well, that's what's called a cliffhanger, because now I'm going to get my dinner. Keep an eye on this, because on this channel, we are going on verdict watch. We are not like those weak people who, I'll wait till the jury is back. No, Jamie beats me if I don't go on verdict watch.
exactly.
So we will be looking at the other case after my dinner break.
I'm going to get some lunch.
Yeah, I need to rotate laundry.
Yeah, and
Make a sandwich or two, do some vacuuming.
Well, all the very
Yeah.
glamorous things.
You can do all of the fun stuff. I have to be here. Change your ticker. I don't have a ticker. Look, if Jamie's not yelling at me, Iris is yelling at me.
Yeah. Iris is mean.
Baker, you've been married before. I don't know how this is a shock.
Because I believe in love.
God.
That's my problem. I believe in love. I believe in the good of humanity. But
Again, I
Oh,
say
Iris,
to you,
I am
you've
not
been
having
married
a Hawaiian pizza.
before.
No pineapples
Hey,
on
Carly.
pizza.
both
Never.
of them beat me. Both of them beat me. A timer. Oh
They
yeah,
take turns.
What?
I should do a timer. I have a watch.
So,
Nope.
Iris, you might want to spell check yourself there.
I see that.
They have nut love for you, Baker.
Well, Iris is coming to Tennessee, so we can do
She
that.
is.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I do need a jury. Maybe I should get some kind of electronic, but that'll look stupid in the background. Yeah, but we need our dinner, Panilla. I do believe in love. I believe anything in love. You'll be baking bread. I'll be heating some pizza or something.
Probably going to grab some pizza too, but there will not be pineapple on it.
You really hate
Oh,
pineapple
is
on
war
pizza?
starting tomorrow? It
Pineapple on
won't be
pizza is blasphemy.
Yeah.
I'm Sicilian. You don't do that.
It won't be the Rust trial I'm covering because that seems like it can go on forever. So, and I have the Karen Reed case in 2 weeks, so I'm looking at one that might be a little shorter. But be back after the break, and we can look at it together. Why did the fiance want her biological father to walk her down the aisle instead of her adoptive father? He's better at giving kids.
It's gotta be
That's
Kent. Yeah,
hilarious.
How long is the
Oh.
break? I will keep an eye on it, but follow on Discord, follow on X, stay and play the word game. It'll probably be like half an hour to 45 minutes. I don't know. But follow me on those two places, and you'll get an update when I am ready to work again. You don't get it. You don't get what? The pineapple
Giving
don't
the
go
child
on pizza,
away?
or that I will be. Oh,
There we
Well.
go. That you got it.
Ken is yeah. Yeah, we'll be looking at that after the break, but I need some dinner because it's 7:30 my time. So follow me those two places, or hang around and play the game and make sure that T-Bone doesn't win. And I'll be back later, and probably with some of all of these lovely people. Before you go
Yeah,
on break, tell about yourself, Mo.
Oh, I'm Mo from Mo in the Deep End. I do Newsy News and a couple other things, and then, angry rants once in a while. I'm working on a couple other different things, but that's what I do, and I will probably hop off here fairly soon so I can go get the boys, and they better not come back with a verdict before I'm home, because I
No, they
swear.
will.
Of course I will. I'll be in the line of dread, and they'll be like, "We have a question. Did you say Kayla was a liar?"
Yeah, probably.
MG.
Oh, well, you can catch me on YouTube and Twitter and everywhere else is NG Law. I have been following the Alaska versus Brian Smith case. memory card murders this guy unalive two Native Alaskan prostitutes, and apparently filmed himself doing it, taking pictures. And another prostitute found his phone, stole his phone, found all the pictures and videos, and saved them to a memory card and turned it over to the police. So he is on trial, and it's been interesting. We're in the middle of this interrogation video during trial, and this guy's basically done everything but outright admitted to everything he's being accused of. So
Crazy.
yeah,
Well, I think
it's creepy.
he's not guilty.
Maybe he's
I
not.
mean,
But I have a feeling there are more people missing than the two that
yeah.
he's being charged with. So,
Well, it happens.
but I do plan
Just
on
as
running, following more tonight. I didn't stream last night because I had court first thing, so I'm gonna try to. I need to set the stream up, but I do plan on streaming tonight.
Okay.
Tits.
What?
That's one of the words. Tits.
Oh. Why did you
Because we're training them, Jamie. Don't you remember my tricks and such?
Yep.
I'll be back later.
All right, I'll be back too. I gotta get some food.
Bye.
let's end this and get back to it. Hope everyone had fun. And I hope Brandon won, because if he's been in the hospital, I feel sorry for him. But as I said, I was looking at a trial that might start tomorrow. I can see they are in jury selection right now. So it might start tomorrow.
You answered the question that yourself or someone you know had been the victim of a sexual assault.
Yes.
Is that something you're comfortable discussing now?
No.
Judge, if we could,
Yep. You will follow up. All right.
So,
Next is 38.
Let's look at that case, see what that could be about. Because, well, M. Young, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. It's Georgia, I believe. What's the defense doing? The defense is doing nothing because they are on verdict watch. Oh, Farrell, you missed the game. Well, everyone will go back to the game for half an hour because Farrell really likes the game. But, jokes aside, trial of alleged polygamist cult leader Eligio Bishop is set to begin in DeKalb County. They have began seated the jury today. I just got this as a recommendation over on my Discord. If you are a member of my Discord, you can always recommend me cases if I don't have anything else to cover. I might jump in on them because it's always interesting to see what's out there. And I found one channel that covers the jury selection, so hopefully they will cover the trial as well. But DeKalb County, Georgia, the trial of the leader of an alleged cult based in DeKalb County will begin the jury selection. Eligio Bishop, a 41-year-old leader of the suspected cult Carbon Nation, who goes by Nature Boy and 3 God, is facing charges of rape, false imprisonment, and prohibition on sexual isn't that a spelling? Is illicit, explicit transmissions. Bishop had been in custody since 2022 when he was arrested in April after a former member of his organization went to the police. The woman recently left the group and told police how Bishop mistreated women. During a hearing a month after his arrest, a detective testified that a woman, who they refer to as AV, reported to investigators on March 30th that she had recently left Bishop's cult and that he had posted multiple videos of them having sex on Twitter without her consent. She stated Mr. Bishop is doing revenge porn on her because she left him. AV told police Bishop had ordered other women in the group to hit her because she made a face at him. The woman then told Bishop she wanted to leave, and he told her to pack her things while the other women screamed at her. As she waited for a rideshare driver to pick her up, AV told investigators Bishop asked her to come say goodbye to him. He began to tell her how she was his B-word and that she was no longer allowed to leave, said the detective. She stated she began to essentially beg him to leave and began to cry. She stated Mr. Bishop then began to attempt to have sex with her. She told him no, and he continued. The woman waited until the morning when most of the other people in the house were asleep and snuck out, according to police. AV changed her phone number and ceased all contact with the cult. 3 days after she left, police said the woman discovered the videos and called police. Former member reflects on time with Carbon Nation. A former member told Fox that the group started out as a black counterculture group The woman who was with the group for a year said it began with a shared common goal but turned into something else entirely. It's a cult. It's definitely a cult. Carol said she joined the group in around 2016 and that it was a positive experience at first. Initially, it was a great experience. It was a community of people all with the same goal, but when that goal started to change, that's when it became toxic, she said. Carol said things started to change when the group moved to Honduras, and it turned from a community-centric group to one that revolved more around its leader. It was a lot of mental and verbal abuse. It was only physical abuse with him and his wife. It wasn't a point where he beat us. Shouldn't that be wasn't at a point? Carol said it was shortly after that time that Bishop went from the moniker Nature Boy to his followers calling him Three God. She now believes Bishop is someone who is brainwashing and mistreating women who trust him. He's someone who needs to be locked up either in jail or a mental asylum. The black man is God, one follower said days after Bishop's arrest. And you all just locked up the Messiah. The member of Carbon Nation said the group focuses on positivity and called Bishop a healer of oppressed black men and women. The accusation that are being brought up against the Three God are false because women, they come here on their own will. Three God is a very caring being, a very loving being. He's very caring. He's very holy, one of his followers told Fox. Standing outside the Cobb County home the day after the raid, the group denied that anyone was or is being held against their will. This is a revolving door. You can come in and out as you please. No one is going to hold you against your will here. Members said everything sexual took place among adults and was consensual. They said several women come and go from the organization because they don't necessarily like what they learn about themselves. Supporter of Bishop said his arrest was just another unorganized attack on him. What do they believe? Bishop have a heavy social media footprint, having made online music videos and life coaching tapes, as well as soliciting donations. That's just like me. The group showed some of the non-sexual videos posted by Bishop after being invited into his home on Thursday. Despite being an American citizen and an Atlanta native, he took his Carbon Nation group to Central and South America to try and create what they call a more ideal community. Carbon Nation members say they follow a vegan diet and believe, among other things, that all people are different shades of brown. We have gone back to indigenous living and our true roles as men and women, and some women come here, they don't get their way and they go against the black man. They do false allegation. We teach about sexuality, religion, and these are things that as people are very defined and in confined. Am I having a stroke?
It's really bad writing.
We teach about sexuality, religion, and these are things that as people are very defined and in confined in our.
You read it right.
Can you read it?
Sense. Yeah, it says we teach about sexuality, religion, and these are things that as people are very defined and in confined in our belief system. Yeah.
Current members maintain the goal of the group has not changed. Our life is a matter of helping humanity and healing the black man and woman, and healing us from our traumas and our evil ways of white supremacy. But we're all shades of brown. But for every positive thing mentioned online or by a member of the group, there appears to be at least 2 negative criticisms online. According to critics of the group, followers are asked to live as part of a communion-style family, being asked to surrender their money and possessions. Those same critics have said once members are part of the group, they are not allowed to leave. A quick search of the internet will reveal reports on at least 2 such members. That's not many. That is something current members deny. Critics have said the group now appears to be a cult. The first time I heard that, I thought it was kind of cool, Bishop told Associated Press in 2020. Me, a black man, a cult leader. I'm from the hood. Bishop, in the same interview, expressed how his group has been misunderstood everywhere they have gone, including Costa Rica, which they were forced to leave in 2017. We are a group of African Americans that are protesting our conditions by leaving them, he said. They just make us look crazy on the internet. The group has not only been thrown out of Costa Rica, but was also asked to leave Nicaragua and Panama, according to reports. Bishop and several members of the group were arrested back in June 2020 for violating Hawaii's COOF policies. They were eventually sent back to Califas. So that's a possible trial we could cover.
MG says judge is back.
Where?
I don't know. That's what he said.
Have Aries never ever covered a trial before?
Eris or
Yeah.
MG? Oh, MG, go do
It's
some
an
work.
internet meme.
No, he just said, I'm messing with everybody. Get out of here.
I have it
You're
on my
not so-
screen so I can see it.
Well, we believe him because it's MG. It's not just some random. Anyways, mine.
Oh, what happened here?
What?
Okay, go ahead.
You're on the 41. How are you doing? Okay. Just a couple questions. Do you know someone that was in an abusive or a dominating relationship?
They defrauded and dying
Can you tell us who that
sea
was?
patient out of 70K. He convinced her his alkaline diet would heal her. Brought her to Mexico where they lived off her money and then died. I hate those people.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
And those relationships were.
But you know I was reading, so I didn't see it. They have been deliberating for roughly 90 minutes.
In a roundabout way, one, yeah.
But this is jury selection. It's more boring than watching a trial.
All right. Do you think because of that you could be a fair and impartial in this case?
But what do you think, people? Should we cover that? Should we cover this trial if we can find a live feed?
No, it sounds boring.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. That sounds right up our alley.
Maybe I should do a poll.
You love polls.
Yeah, I've started to like them. But I don't know if it starts tomorrow or because we have to see when they see the jury.
Yeah. Well, they haven't had any new streams lately, so they have to pick up on something.
Yeah. Hannah Reid jury selection. No, this is for Three Gods, a cult leader who allegedly raped a lady and spread revenge corn about her.
What was his
Post-
real name again?
Bishop. Now put it down.
Yeah.
Something Bishop. Well, I should know what I'm talking about because I'm just, you know me, I'm an idiot. Maybe I should write it down so I can search it tomorrow. His name is, well, he used to be Nature Boy. Before that, he was Eligio Bishop.
Okay. Yeah, we're just looking for something not too crazy because Karen Reed is like the one that we're definitely waiting on if it goes. So
I missed what?
no, chat was like, throwing out a bunch of different names.
Am I going to part 2 of the 3 Højsmøder, March 7th will be the pre-trial hearing. So it's not the case isn't set to start on March 7th. I have it on the calendar.
Mhm.
Well, that's why I try to make them a little funny, because some polls are just boring. Chad Daybell had a hearing. James Crumbley wants a change of venue. I can understand that. Yeah, I thought Ric Flair when I saw Nature Boy as well. No, we are on verdict watch, Farrell. We're not just hanging out.
It's important business.
March 11th.
She said the March 7th was canceled. No, it's March 11th.
Yeah, but March 12th is when Karen Reed is set to go.
Yeah. True. Well, it'll probably just
Thank
be
you.
that hearing, right? I mean, they're not going to start.
Well, I do like a good poll.
Do you like?
It depends on when it goes live, because Karen Reed is my next must-watch case. New judge, new hearing date, March 11th. Yeah, I saw the judge recused himself.
Hmm.
Crumbley has been Dave's cases. I haven't been that much into it. I just hung out with him doing Jennifer's case. The bid was below 2 hours. I'm so far. No, I'm not far behind. This new judge is really new. I can't find any criminal cases he ever presided over.
Interesting.
I don't think that's good for the defendant.
Especially if he's still going to represent himself. I hope he got a lawyer. Ugh. Just get a lawyer, dude.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's a good thing for him, but with a brand new lawyer who might be a little more of a stickler for the rules. Because that judge was really, really good to him.
Hmm.
Karen Reed was moved to the 9 a.m. on 26th.
When?
26th of February, because she's supposed to have a... What day is it
Thought
today?
they-
Yeah, there was a possibility Karen Reed was going on Monday for a hearing. But I'll put that down for 9
So,
a.m.
26th of February.
Yeah. And Turtle Boy is at 2 on the same day. I'll put that on the calendar as well. Sworn in this October 2021. Yeah, that's a pretty new one. Yeah, I like a good pro se lawyer as well. Hopefully he will get naked as well. Monday is the 26th. Yeah. Now I found my calendar. I know it. I did. It was for my Valentine's stream, because it was my first ever Valentine. So I brought chocolates and flowers.
So adorable.
Yeah. They're looking a little tired now.
Mm.
What kind of lawyer? You said 3 lawyers. That's pro se. Pro se Craig from Las Vegas. March 18th. March 18th probably won't, because if the Karen Reed isn't overturned, that'll be going there. Which trial? Yeah, I know Kurt offered to be his standby counsel, but
I
that
doubt
idiot,
it.
he thinks it was because he was such a good lawyer that he got a hung jury. The problem is he doesn't know that the courtroom is a confined space. I know he want to talk about all the corruption, but it doesn't have anything to do with his case. And there's more than enough to raise reasonable doubt. I would say a barely competent lawyer would have gotten him off by
I think a
with
landslide.
a with a reasonable doubt ruling. No, I know he's not a criminal lawyer, but I would rather have him than no one. Yeah, you have to go back and see that one. He was interesting. Yeah, pro se or pro per is if you do it yourself. Pro bono is a free lawyer.
Mhm.
No, yeah, but still, lawyers know one thing that you don't know, and that's the decorum in a courtroom. And the problem with this guy is he thinks that that he can just do whatever he wants, and you can't do that. There's a way to put in evidence. There's a way to question witnesses. There's a lot of stuff, and that's why it went so badly for him. A semi-decent lawyer would have had a direct verdictment.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. And the judge, you could hear it in the judge's voice. He was this close to grant him a direct verdictment. Hey, Fed, how are you? Long time never seen you before, almost. Yeah, Elaine could have gotten this guy off. Other sources, 9-3, yeah.
And
No, I
see,
wouldn't mind it.
that's too much to me. Like, that's
Yeah,
scary. So he should be
because
scared.
yeah, and that's if you talk to him, believing that 9-3 or 11-1 are good numbers. No, that's lucky, especially with the weak. If we find this case weak, go watch the Treehouse case. There's nothing other than two people who got a plea deal. One person who got a plea deal, putting him at the crime scene, and that guy had an opportunity for life in prison, was offered 15 years and got 5 years in a plea deal. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw myself. The defense motion to sanction on Karen Reed case is out. Is out in the open or is tossed out?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, just say ground.
Is it like available or something? Did they rule on something?
Yeah,
I thought
because
she
there
was
was
waiting
this
until she crossed.
600 pages filed from the state where they claimed a lot of stuff. I haven't covered it because there's so much. I love Grant and all the
Oh,
other people. What the state says is the truth. No, it's just their side of the truth.
hmm
Isn't he a patent lawyer mostly?
I thought he did like,
Well,
I don't know what he did. Never mind. I mean, yeah, she does have a hard time finishing.
hmm. Lead investigator was fired and then turned around and sued Ty. Yeah, but again, they didn't do their job. Yeah, when a victim calls you innocent on your deathbed, but you're still almost found guilty, you should lawyer up.
Yeah.
They have 30 pages. Yeah. When you file a motion on what was it, 600 pages, you're probably trying to hide something in there.
Yeah. Oh, so it's out in the open to read. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Just blame us. Now it's our fault she doesn't watch Mike anymore. That Aries, she's always blaming us for everything.
Still
An
love it.
interview where you could see Tucker's lady talk about him. Recovery Addict had her on the phone a few times. I don't know if he has a Facebook site, I believe. Free Tyrone. Was that the name of it? I believe.
Something like that.
Triascard made his point and got his publicity first time around, especially now that the new judges should get a real lawyer. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because he was going out saying that he wants to try his case in the media or whatever, and it's like, but that stuff doesn't come into trial, dude. None of that's going to matter. You can go talk to the news all you want, but
Yeah.
they're not going to get jurors that saw the news and know your story. They're not going to pick them.
I don't know which of Recovery Addict's streams he was on, and if I play anything from Court TV that's interviews, there's a likelihood of being struck because they are. That's well, I don't know with the commentary. Well, I don't really have a way because then I will have to do it through my. I don't know how to. Yeah. Exactly, McParkinson. I don't have the fancy technology that Recovery has. I would love to be able to talk to more people. Hey, greedy bloke, one of the guys I would like to talk to. So I don't know how he does it with the call-in, but it's probably easier when you live in the US and you don't have to pay $1 an hour. No, a minute. Sorry, it cost me $1 a minute if I call the US. Dale Brooks is supposed to have a. Wasn't he supposed to have a? Did he have the trial with the attack on his baby mama?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really heard anything about it.
No.
Last time I
That
knew,
was-
it got pushed back again, but then I haven't heard anything since.
Yeah, but he had a lawyer with him that time.
Yeah, he actually had a lawyer. They've been nice and quiet all day. I don't know what their problem is now.
Did you just feed them or something?
Nope, they've been lazy, laying in bed all day. Your dog's name is Sparky. Oh my God, I love that name.
Christmas parade attack is headed back to trial, this time for crimes he's charged with. The man convicted of killing 6 people and injuring dozens more in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack is headed back to trial, this time for crimes he's charged with in Milwaukee County. Darrell Brooks is accused of running over the mother of his children just weeks before the parade attack in November of 2021. He also faces charges in Milwaukee of witness intimidation, intimidating a victim, and bail jumping. The trial is set for May. Brooks is currently serving 6 life sentences for the parade attack. And last year in Milwaukee County Court, a judge sentenced him to another 2 years behind bars after he pleaded guilty to carrying a firearm as a convicted felon in 2020 when prosecutors charged him with shooting at his own nephew.
He's a stand-up guy, isn't he?
He is such a hoot.
Running over his baby mama, shooting his nephew. Yeah, but
Yeah, you know,
why can't I find that?
can't find one.
Because this was 1 month ago. So Can we find?
It was a month ago, and they said May.
Did they say May?
That's what it said in the report.
Yeah, May 2024. Yeah. Well,
that'll be interesting.
he was wrongly convicted the first time, so he'll go through this.
Yes. Sure
They
was.
never proved the subject matter jurisdiction.
Yeah, and I mean, they never proved. It's so stupid. They never let him enter in his evidence of his jail papers. Come on. Was going to break the case wide open.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, no verdict yet. And we have we haven't passed the 2-hour mark yet. So we are still within the 2 hours. You wanted it to be Clark after Clark Griswold from Exodus vacation, but going again the family to say okay to Clark's nickname Sparky. Oh, the dog.
What?
No, I never saw the state. It's I think it's a wrong conviction.
The state of Wisconsin never showed its face. It's a wrong conviction.
Normally they stop at 4 p.m., but do we think they will go to 4? That's in an hour. They should do.
That's a good question. Is she going to treat it like a regular court day?
I think it depends if they allude to the judge that they are close. She might keep them there. But
It's true.
it's just I'm mad. No, I think wasn't there a hearing?
For who?
I just thought I saw there was a Dale Brooks hearing.
I don't think there has been anything significant.
It's just because we were talking about him being pro se or having a lawyer.
I know he had like an old one a while ago.
Yeah, I'm so mad that I can't play what the business. That's a banger. They started late today. Yeah, they started at 10 today. But I can't. What can we find to do, Jamie? We can do some Inception, watching someone watching something. This is the worst part of being on verdict watch. You're just sitting here and thinking, what could I show?
I know.
There's a whole heck of a lot of people covering it.
Nothing going on.
Yeah. Well, I can cover all the other people. I could cover the expert covering nothing. What the business? You sent me a case on Twitter.
Who?
Why?
I mean,
why did you send this, Valhalla?
What did he do?
This, and I repeat, this is by request of Mr. Valhalla awaits. And after that, I might need a bio break.
I do too.
Luckily,
What is- Hey, no, no. Don't put it on the screen and leave.
Valhalla.
Valhalla? No. No.
Nope. Nope. We're not going into what she did. Nope. Valhalla. That's for your show. That's not my show.
Oh, God damn it. Valhalla.
Because I didn't want my face associated with that.
Kick your ass. Uh,
Yeah. When Florida man and Florida woman get married, bad thing happens.
I'm gonna go find them now.
I love this is the question Jung has. How did someone find out? What? What?
Why does that stuff make me more angry than anything in the world? Like, I'm ready
Because-
to punch somebody right now.
Video of what? Yeah, but I don't have any talent, so I need all the shock and awe I can get. Jung, Valhalla will dig deeper into that case. How do you know that?
Come on.
You people. Valhalla, you're losing me viewers.
You better believe. Nobody better step in my way today because I'm angry. Can you
I
please
won't
put
do
the
that.
guy? No. Will you just please play the pro se guy on the stand questioning himself again? Make me laugh. I need a palate cleanser because I'm.
Okay, I
made me mad.
let's do this. Just
John, she's over here. Vala, send me the link. Jesus Christ, John.
let's rewatch Malik while I have a bio break, and it's not my
I know.
ideas.
Yes.
Are you ready for closing? Or do you need 5 minutes to get your thoughts together in your papers?
Yes, Your Honor, please. I really need to get my thoughts together.
No problem. This will be during the recess, you will discuss the case amongst yourselves. So all of the witnesses will be released from their subpoenas and will be allowed in. And they can make room if anybody else wants to come in. You have rested. So we are going to closing.
But I want to testify, Your Honor.
Then you do it right now,
Okay,
even though you rested. You reopen your case and call yourself.
okay. So, how do I do that?
You have to know that yourself.
So I can say,
Defense calls Malik Hill.
defense calls Malik Hill.
Perfect. Go stand on the witness stand. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You need to sit up, speak into the microphone. You swear to tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
This is where it might get awkward. You have to ask yourself a question like you are a lawyer and then give your answer.
Yes, ma'am. So, Malik Hill.
State your name, spell your first and last name for the record.
Malik Hill, MYLIKHILL.
Your witness.
Malik Hill, was you shot under your arm on February 27th? Yes. Malik Hill, will you show the gunshot wounds of what you saying?
Are you asking permission
Yes, Your Honor.
to have your witness, Malik Hill, show the evidence of a gunshot wound?
Yes, ma'am. And
You may.
okay. Also, Malik
Did you do
Hill.
one question?
I'm kind of don't know how to take these ties off, so
You can pull it down,
You can loosen it if you just do like this.
pull it down, just pull it in here. Just gonna put it up your head. Put it up your head. Yeah, no. You have to sit down.
Malik Hill, can you display your wound? Yes.
Hmm.
Okay, do you have another question?
Malik
Do you have another
Hill.
question for yourself?
Showed under his arm on the right hand side of the record.
Malik Hill, was you shot twice in the chest? No. Malik Hill, will you show your chest? Yes.
No, I've seen better, Farrell.
Permission to be able to show
Am I asking permission? Yes, ma'am.
Am I asking permission of myself?
Oh. Malik Hill, will you produce the medical records for the jury? Malik Hill, would you display the gunshot wound to the back? Yes, I will.
Yeah, he has a bill on his chest.
Oh my god.
Stand up.
I didn't hear that the first time. So, will you display your wounds on your back? Yes, I will. Like, okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
I don't know what we're looking at here.
We are watching a pro se litigant displaying, he's questioning himself on the stand and showing the jury his gunshots.
It's terrible tattoos.
You have a question for Malik Hill?
And the judge is just playing with him.
Malik Hill, would
She's
you
just
produce
laughing.
your medical records for the juror?
Oh,
Yes.
she's so laughing.
Yeah.
look
You're
at
the-
Oh, I'm sorry.
May look at the records that are in evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the defendant's exhibit.
No, he wasn't pulling subset, but he was admonished multiple times by the judge not to say, "It's my first time. It's hard. I'm sorry," which I have said a lot of times too.
On the medical records that were admitted.
Molly Hill. Can you state your medical records? Gunshot, left chest. Gunshot to left flank and lower chest.
You say flank?
Gunshot wound.
You have to state what page and line you're talking about.
Okay.
It's really good testimony.
And if you're
Yeah.
referring to it, you have to.
Oh,
read
I have to move this so Peter don't yell at
They
me.
didn't have those words in there, they have initials.
Okay. The initials. GSW left chest.
Gunshot wound.
GSW the left flank and lower chest with multiple retained bullet fragments. Right thigh. Superficial gunshot injury with subcutaneous impulses or something. Page 2.
Again, yo.
Subdural or something.
Those are in evidence, okay?
Well, he's not
Excuse me.
finished college a few times like our crack fiend.
Yeah.
Oh, he's only shot 4 times. Once in the arm, twice in the chest, and 1 in the leg.
Malik Hill, where are these records?
He was accused of shooting a police officer in the neck. The police officer was on the stand. I didn't show that because it's really, really, really not pleasant to watch. Because he was struck and he can hardly speak. Yeah, succubious infirmities.
Was it during like a
From-
traffic stop? Was that what it was?
Yeah,
records are
they
from-
wanted to. I think he was. He had
Indiana
multiple warrants out on
University
him,
Health,
and he
Methodist
started
Hospital.
shooting. Come on, 2 hours now.
That will be it, Malik Hill.
Hold on.
And now comes the good part, because now he's open for cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also hit in the left flank, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And lower chest. Medical records say you're hitting up your lower chest. Multiple bullet fragments, correct?
If that's what I just read off, yes.
Were those bullet fragments?
Jamie wanted to see him.
Oh, I just.
It's
thought it
multiple
was-
bullet fragments
make me
inside
laugh.
of me, but it was bullet fragments recovered.
And did you, you said you also were hit in the right thigh, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the jurors?
Yep.
Will this witness be excused? Here's your time. Okay, you have a question?
Hey, T-Rex.
You'll need to come around.
Hey, Rexy.
Oh,
Yeah, this courtroom is carpeted. And now there's a jury question. Remember, he chose to testify.
In the video of the defendant going over the fence, the handgun noted SE 73, SE 75 was in his hands. However, the weapon SE 73, SE 75 was documented and found by a tree outside of the yard. The defendant was found. How did the weapon arrive there?
I plead the fifth.
You may sit down.
If
Fifth.
so, he
Okay.
and if the state wanted, they could have said you can't plead the fifth because you chose to testify. But it's a good trial when you plead the fifth.
Oh, you know what you should have had ready today? You should have
No.
had that part of Glenn's testimony ready and some Bradley just for this. And I was just thinking about that.
I always have some
Just
plan ready.
Well, just to pass the time and for everybody to really get to bask in the glory that is Glenn.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Baker the clairvoyant. Jesus.
That's a really, really good argument for why you make this evidence number 100. The judge is
Oh
gonna
my
love
gosh.
you.
Oh Lord, this is the funniest thing I think I've seen
Again,
in a
please.
while.
And
Please.
people wanted to watch the
Farrell, clip
business.
that.
Yeah.
Whew.
Business who?
I'm
Look at
I'm
this. This is
verklempt.
much better.
Verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves.
Are we
Barbara
ready?
Streisand and Funny Girl.
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and edit
Look at
because
this
I want to see.
guy. Oh my God. I'm pointing at the screen like anyway.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if I can find our good friend, Mr. Glenn. But
Just listening to him and his glorious accent makes me happy. And he was
But-
so happy to be there. That was the best part.
yeah, but it's hard to because it's a pre-trial hearing because he wasn't allowed in, but it doesn't show up. I thought it was on day 1. This is just all the biddies.
All the biddies.
You loved all the biddies.
I hated those biddies so much.
I want to have.
No, we were just we're not going anywhere, Marissa. We were just thinking of some fun
We're
old
just hanging
stuff.
out.
Just reminiscing.
On the good times.
Mm-hmm. About some of our favorite characters and trials. Oops.
It's just, where is Glenn? I want Glenn.
James Crumbly's trial. I think it's in March sometime. I'm not sure when. But if they put in a motion to have a change of venue, I'm sure they're going to see how that goes.
Yeah. Nope. The worst part is, oh,
Oh, what? Look at your face light up.
Everyone wants a little Glenn. If they don't know Glenn, everyone should know Glenn because Glenn is the bestest part of everything. And we can pass a little time with Glenn. Just to pass the time. On my watch, 2 hours and 6 minutes, so maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes, Nate. With Hill's armpit hair, what the heck? Hill's armpit is all I saw when I got back to my phone. Well, build a box tower in front of you so the court can see you. I should do that.
Right.
We're not leaving anywhere. This was the long clip of Bradley, but now if you haven't watched the Black Widow case, the Thomas Randolph case, you missed my personal favorite of all witnesses of all times. Maybe besides Roger.
Wait,
This guy was amazing.
before you start, give the people a little snippet of like what it was and who he was.
It's this guy.
So
Your Honor, I apologize.
Not that one. That's my outro.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
But he's saying that Tommy was like, hey, I need someone to off my wife.
Yeah.
So he got in touch with this guy.
Who he never really met. He just played, he just drank beer with him.
He's a good time. Hi,
Yeah.
Dave.
I don't know if he's fishing for a link, but he got one.
That's all it took.
President, Mr. Owen, Mr. Shelton, are here on his behalf. Ms. Wagner and Mr. Hamlin are here on behalf of the state. I will party defendant proceed with the sharing here. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
And this is just a pre-trial hearing to see if he can be used as a witness. Look at this man.
Oh, look at him. Oh, Glenn.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please be seated.
He has Waysha.
He sure does.
And the audio has,
And
the
sir,
court has audio.
please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Did he always say, name is Glenn Morrison, Morrison. Morrison.
Is your first name Glenn?
Glenn, G-L-E-N-N.
Go ahead, Ms. Wagner. And sir, if you can just scoot a little bit closer to that microphone so you can speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
And Mr. Morrison, just talk slowly if you can for a hearing today, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Thomas Randolph?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing today?
Gray shirt, glasses, headphones,
Your Honor,
hair.
thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the.
Hey, Dave.
Hello.
Hi, Dave.
How
Is
we
work
doing?
killing you? We're just
Yes.
on verdict watch and watching a little Glenn.
This guy's amazing. So how long have they been deliberating?
2:15, 2:20.
Oh, not that long.
Well, we thought
Got
they would
like
be back
32
there.
more hours to go.
No, why? The gun case, they got sent home. Oh, something happened. The gun case, I think it took them 8 hours to find him guilty. Yeah,
Is
he's
that
just
it?
laughing. And but again, no evidence he did it other than a crack cracked up lady who said who got a plea deal.
Yeah, but I've been listening to a lot of her testimony, and that's really the only evidence against her. So is she credible? No. But is she credible enough to convict? And I think yes.
Oh, I think so. I think they'll find her credible enough.
Yeah, she's credible enough. Like, I don't believe everything that she says, but I believe enough of it.
Yeah, and again, you have a picture of a 5-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll be convicted.
For sure.
So how you guys been?
Good.
Oh.
I'm ready for this to find out what's going on with this and get this one over with. This.
Yeah, and Valhalla found a case for you to cover.
No.
For me?
No.
I'm not.
Yeah.
What case?
It's out of Florida. It's a comeback case. It will make your channel the biggest ever.
No. Well, did
for
Val
some
say
reason
he
I'm
sent
hesitant.
it?
Well, it cost me 20 viewers just to pull up the article about it. So.
Oh God. No, I think I'll pass. I don't know. I've been swamped. I had to step away for a minute from just like real work today, because it's been nonstop for like several days, and so I'm just here to say hi and see what's going on.
Yeah, we're just sitting here, sucking in that oxygen, doing nothing.
Jung says she has a legitimate question. I love people that announce their questions instead of just ask them. My son does that too.
Jesus, I have a legit question. What is it, John?
I have a question. Well, just ask the question, Jung.
Well, because you know, how many people do that in chat and they keep you in suspense because then they like just disappear and you're like, well, what was it?
Yeah, what was the question? Hello, everybody in the chat.
No, it was
Hi,
just
Aaron Hack. I'm
passes
new
by.
here.
Val said those 20 viewers weren't dedicated, Baker.
Certainly not. Who's the guy in the corner? That's me.
The happy little baker.
Does everybody miss David? I know you do.
I meant about the case that Baker wouldn't pull up. It could be good.
Oh.
I'll stream with you.
No.
Wait, okay, what are the facts? I don't even know what this case. What's the case called? If you don't want to give me.
A couple essayed a dog. That's what.
It'd be worse. I thought you were gonna go a lot worse.
That's worse. That's enough for me.
Well, okay, but here's the thing: you don't know that the dog didn't like it.
David, kick him off. Get him out of here. I'm done with him. Get out.
No worry about it, biatch. Nothing new so far. 2 hours and 25 minutes so far. Yeah, I like people saying, I miss Dave, and he just said, who knows, the dog didn't like it.
No, you don't know. To be fair.
Just zip it. Zip it.
Oh, but what are they being charged with? Animal cruelty?
We
It
didn't
should
read
be.
it because Jamie got angry.
I instantly got angry.
Oh, the man videoed it? Why are they even going to trial?
Rose petal murder.
Probably posted it on Facebook or something. I saw a video the other day. A woman that has 13 priors, 2 outstanding felony warrants, goes live on Facebook at a Chuck E. Cheese, and so the police just showed up and arrested her right there at Chuck E. Cheese. Like, why would you go live? Why do you put stuff on the internet, people? That's probably what happened with this.
Anything at Chuck E. Cheese is hilarious, though, I will say.
MG Laws, of course, he's here with the lawyer answer. Could be worse. You could cover a case of 2 crackheads that neglected a 5-year-old girl to death and hit her body.
Yes.
No one would cover that trial.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, this case sounds worse than that other case. You guys are all too scared.
No.
I listened to the testimony from that woman that may or may not be telling the truth, and even if it's not the truth, it still was horrible testimony to listen to.
Well, yeah. People, like, obviously, children and animal stuff is just, but like animals for me, people and animals to me don't go there because there's no consent. Like,
I'm nothing
I just,
animals.
and obviously it's two separate species, so let's not, like, what are you doing?
There's a woman in my neighborhood that has we're like in a Facebook group, and her Facebook profile is like her with a gun. And I read it one day to see what it says. And it says, if you are like cruel to animals, I will murder you, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so in your mind, animal life is more valuable than people life, than human life. That's interesting. It's just good to know if I ever interact.
Oh, I went to school with one like that. We were talking about we had social studies, and we were sitting there talking about how the EU had spread human rights to the old Eastern Bloc and stuff like that. And she raised her hand and said, "Animal rights are more important than human rights." I just feel that way.
Aren't we animals? I mean, we're mammals. We're categorized in the animal hierarchy, right? I mean, we're at the
Don't try
top,
to
but we're still
justify
animals.
it. Don't try to justify it. It's not the same.
Wait, I have another question too. Oh my dog. These dogs are stupid. So apparently, the dog was doing stuff to the lady, if I'm to understand Jung correctly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And don't try to justify that and say, "Oh, they knew what they're." Come on.
I'm
Give me a break.
not trying to justify it. I'm just saying the case that you're currently streaming a verdict watch for, in my mind, was way worse than that case. It's going to be.
It's all bad,
That's
but it's just, I'm not like, that's something I can't even remotely watch. That's absolutely,
Jamie,
it
do you
disgusts me.
remember? Do you remember the videotapes that you could rent in the back room of the video rental store that was like banned from television, or Faces of Death?
Never had one of those, but
No.
what was it about?
It was just like, it was all like the creepy stuff that you used to see on the early days of the internet. Like,
They had it
or
on
like you
videotape?
see car accidents, or you see like a truck roll over on a guy. It was all that stuff before the internet. There was a gruesome couple. I think they went away as serial killers. I can't find any more information about the case, but they would film each other doing the most grotesque things to the bodies of the people that they would unalive. But they film it. And you know how they got caught? They took stills and took it to like the grocery store to have the film developed. And someone saw it, was like,
Jeebus.
maybe we should call the police.
What a bunch of geniuses.
Idiocy has been around since the day of print film, you know.
And of course, Fedorowski knows the videos.
Yeah, I mean, I watched them as a kid.
Oh my God. And then he knows that the other ones were more real. Yeah.
Wait, which ones were more real?
He said
Faces of Death was mostly fake stuff. Yeah, the banned from television, and some of the other ones were better. Faces of Death was always like, it always had this dramatic music under it, and you're like, this is real.
Oh, that is so weird. I mean, like, first of all, let's just be real with Jamie. I had dial-up internet and we barely got it. We got it like 2001.
This is before the internet. I'm talking. Well, I mean, I guess maybe the internet was out there in its infancy when when video stores were still out. And they would have these things
about
on
all
shelves.
this stuff?
Because I go into the back room of the video stores.
I did not.
He shows you multiple Christian documentaries, and you're asking, why do you know this stuff?
Too bad Chris Chan took a plea, because that would have been an amazing trial to
Did he take a plea deal?
Yeah, he pled guilty. He did his like 6 months or a year or whatever it was. He's out living it up. Looking for
Yeah, I
that
saw he was
boyfriend girl.
back, but I didn't know he had taken a plea.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he took a plea. I think it was really reduced because obviously he has some mental health issues, some mental development issues.
No,
And
he's
he's
an
on like 5 years
interdimensional
probation. He's got
being.
to keep her now.
He's an interdimensional being. He doesn't have mental issues.
That's true. He is an interdimensional being.
I don't know which video store you went to, but yeah, I want. It was always fun to see if the movies you wanted to rent was there, but I never went to those with the small curtains in the back where you couldn't get in there. I bet John didn't either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we had those little, we had like hole in the wall video stores. And well, even Blockbuster didn't have all that stuff. But I know what Jen's talking about because it was like every weekend you'd like, it was such a pain when the movie was rented out and you had to wait like, hey, can you put me on the list to call when it comes back in? Ugh, such a pain. But
I watched an episode of Seinfeld.
Valhalla.
What?
No,
What's that?
Valhalla's over here. Faces of Death was pretty hardcore, though. When I was like how do you guys know about this stuff? I'm just so intrigued all the time.
Because we talk. We were boys in in the 80s
No,
and the
it's just
90s.
like,
We talked about it.
I did not
Ian
talk in the
McKinley.
80s and 90s.
Kinley's like
I've
screaming.
never heard of it. Never heard of it in my life. So.
Oh, well, we need to find this VHS, and I'm gonna send one to Jamie. You have a VCR, Jamie? You still have a VCR, I'm sure.
No, I do not. I got rid of it yesterday. You know.
All right, I'm searching for a DVD for you.
Now let's do some Glenda.
Yeah.
Where was it? What state were you in when you met the defendant?
Indiana,
Indiana. And where were you in Indiana?
Edinburgh,
And like what location in Edinburgh?
Hilda's Harp House, my mother-in-law's,
Okay, Hilda Harp's house.
right,
And that is your mother-in-law?
was my mother-in-law, yes,
Okay, at the time were you married to Hilda's daughter,
right,
obviously?
yes, ma'am.
And what was the daughter's name?
Loretta,
Okay, so was it a social occasion when you met the defendant?
I just come up here for the weekend,
Okay, so you're just visiting
right,
and you met the defendant?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do that first meeting?
Drank beer and just around, party,
Drink beer?
right.
Okay, and Hilda at that time, was she married to someone?
I love it. She has to repeat everything because she can't understand him.
I know.
How are the subtitles coming across with him?
Well, it's okay.
Else?
Yeah, she married to Richard Harp, Hilda was,
Okay, so was Richard there as well?
yes,
Was Loretta your wife at the time there?
yes, ma'am,
You were there
yes,
and the defendant was there?
yes,
Anybody else?
couple kids,
Okay. After you met the defendant, did you do any social activities with him?
just went to the bar and stuff,
Went to the bar? Are there a lot of bars in Edinburgh?
3
Okay. Was there one in particular that you went to?
Cliffs,
Cliff's Bar?
Cliff Purposely Bar, yeah,
Okay. And how often would you say you drank with the defendant at that bar?
every other weekend probably,
Every weekend?
just about while I was there.
Okay. Did you ever do anything
This
else
book
with
was
him
out, okay.
besides go to bars?
Yeah, went and showed me his trailer he had at Taylorsville.
A trailer he had down in Taylorsville?
Yeah, that's outside Edinburgh, outside Edinburgh.
Okay.
Now
Did you-
he can't keep
Did
up.
you ever go hunting with him?
Yeah, he came to Columbia, Kentucky hunting before.
He took you hunting?
Yeah, I took him down there hunting,
Oh, okay. You took him?
right.
Okay. Did you ever like work on cars, anything like that?
Yeah, I messed around with a car a couple times with him.
Okay. So were you kind of like friends at that time?
I'm not real good friends, but I knew him through Hilda and them.
Okay. But you would see him pretty frequently, like once a week?
Yes, ma'am.
There's objection to leading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you ever see the defendant in possession of guns?
Yes.
How many occasions?
Well, we went hunting a gun club a couple times at Camp Adbury, I think it is, Indiana.
Okay, so you said he went hunting and there's a gun club there?
Yeah, there's an army base there, gun range there.
There's an army base with a gun range?
Yeah.
Did you go there with
Yeah,
them?
we went, shotguns there, yes.
Okay. How many times do you think he did that?
We did about 3 times, I have.
Okay. Was the defendant involved?
This is the Black Widower case. The guy you can see in the middle with the white hair had 6 wives. 2 of them died naturally. 4 of them, yeah, suspicious. And this is his 6 wives murder case. And Glenn, our lovely witness here, is in a pre-trial hearing because they want to find out if he can testify that the defendant tried to hire him as a hitman for his first wife, who I believe is still alive. The second one, no, well,
I think it was the 2nd and the 5th that are still alive. The rest were.
Yeah, only one of them died of the big C. The rest, a lot of them got shot.
In a relationship with anyone related to Hilda at the time?
Hilda's sister,
And what is her name?
Francis.
Okay. Was the defendant married to Francis?
Now at the time, no,
Was he married to someone else?
I think so.
Okay. Was that your understanding?
Yes, but then he was, yeah.
Okay. But he was kind of having a relationship with Francis
Right.
on the side?
Right.
Okay. At some point, did you go to the defendant's residence, his trailer?
Yes.
And how long had you known him, do you think, before you went to the trailer?
About a month, 2
Okay.
months at the most.
1 or 2 months?
Yes.
When you went there,
Yes, he was found
well,
guilty.
let me ask you this. Did you only go there one time?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. Was there a time that you went there where he was going to ask you to do something for his wife or about his wife?
Yes.
And
Was
he
that
didn't
the first
unalive
time
his
you went
wife. He
there or
hired
sometime
his
after?
gardener friend.
Second
Well, he
time.
wasn't his gardener.
Second time? And
Yeah.
when you went
He
to
hired
the
him to do
trailer,
it and
were
then
you
killed the guy
with
who killed
anybody
his
else
wife.
besides the defendant? Was there a third person
No,
here?
nobody ever made him.
You and him?
Just made him, yes.
Okay. What did he talk to you about on this second time?
Bob all makes money.
About if you wanted to make some money?
Yeah, I need a car, so,
Did he talk to you about a car too?
right.
What did he say about a car?
Well, I could get car money if I want to do a job for him.
If you would do a job for
Right.
him, you would get a car and money,
Yeah, give me 30 minutes to get away.
and he'd give you 30 minutes to get
Right,
away
before we call the cops.
before he called the cops. Let me ask you a couple questions about that. Prior to this meeting at the trailer, did you ever see the defendant with larger sums of money?
He always had money.
More money than you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it seemed like he seemed to have a lot of cash on him.
Right.
And did it, he obviously had a car.
Yeah, 2 cars.
Okay. So he seemed to be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
How about yourself at that time? Did you have a lot of money?
No,
No, you didn't?
no.
Okay. So he offered to, if you wanted to make some money and get a car, what did he want you to do?
Well, we shoot his wife.
He wanted you to shoot his wife?
Right.
How was that going to happen?
Well, if I shot his wife, come in and shoot him, rob like a robbery.
Like a staged robbery?
Right. If I could go to the safe, open up the safe down and get the jewelry out, that's where he had the gun. They probably shot me too. So, you know.
Okay. So the plan involved a safe?
Yeah, it's safe in the house, yeah.
Okay, and he had a safe in the
forgot
house.
how
What
great
was going to
this is.
happen with the safe?
Well, he had to open the safe to get the money out for me.
Okay, so were you going to act as the robber?
Right.
And then what were you supposed to be doing?
I was supposed to shot his wife.
Shoot his wife,
Yeah.
and then
Stage a robbery, then, just shoot him in the leg, give me time to get away.
shoot him in the leg.
Right,
And then he said he'd give you 30 minutes to get away.
right.
What, and I think you said something about jewelry. What was going to happen?
People
with
actually
that?
like think these things.
robbery.
What?
Well, people actually think these things out. Like, well, shoot him in the leg. You know, people can. There's major arteries in the leg, right? I mean, do they actually think this?
No. Well, Glenn was a smart one because he said, but that's all I heard. But no, he said, I knew he was going to shoot me. Like, I didn't believe that he wasn't going to shoot me afterwards. And I was like, oh, Glenn's a thinking. He sounds like, what's that guy from King of the Hill, Boomhauer?
But
Boomhauer, yeah, this is Boomhauer in real life, definitely.
it's such a good plan. He used it again, and he shot the guy.
Yeah,
that's why he's
'cause
in court.
that's what actually happened. Is he shot the guy that shot his wife? So.
No,
Oh,
Glenn
so,
was
so they
smart.
actually went through with the plan, just not with this guy.
Yeah, it was a
No,
different
no,
guy.
no. This was his first wife. This trial is about the sixth wife.
Yeah, no,
Well-
but the sixth wife, remember, they went in the house and Michael was in there and shot her, and then Tommy shot Michael.
Yeah, and went down on
so-
the floor and got. Oh, we have to find a clip where he reenacts what happened.
Yeah, that was good. So he did actually do that. So Glenn isn't wrong, because he probably would have got his head blown off too.
Yeah. I just love that none of what he says is understandable if you're not from wherever he's from.
Because she's repeating it so much. You're like,
The court reporter is a saint.
I know.
The court reporter could literally put anything down, and we'd be like, "Yeah, sure, that's what he said."
Yeah, that's
Sure,
right,
that sounds good. I love
Phil,
it.
Phil, you didn't have to go there. That's just mean.
Oh, Farrell.
That's beautiful.
Oh my God.
You
What's the
understand it? I
defendant
just
look
hear.
like? I don't know if I've ever seen the defendant. Oh, this is the guy with the long. This is that fat guy with the long, stringy white hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How does he get
Yeah,
women to marry him? Ladies, please explain.
I don't know. He must have had some kind of charm.
No, you didn't mean me specifically, but I'm a part of all of us losers who can't get a girlfriend.
I heard that as a specific dig against Baker. Since I haven't been streaming, Farrell needs to exercise her demons against others, apparently.
Yeah, and that's me. It's because you missed Jody Day yesterday.
Oh, well, you guys are gonna actually. So I'm gonna miss Jody Day on Saturday, and I'm gonna miss Jody Day on Tuesday, the next Tuesday as well. But also Nick for work, so we might have an all-girls Jody Day on Tuesday. It's gonna be fun. Mo and McKinley are gonna cover Jody Day for us, so it's gonna be all-lady Jody Day.
Oh boy.
I was thinking, more of a flex vibe for the thumbnail or something could be fun.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. No, he didn't really get that much money because he only got small amount of money from him for the. How much did he have? Like 50K or something like that. And
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that much, and then he would blow the money before he married the next wife. So it's not like he had all this money like sitting around.
Jamie, not saying that you would ever really consider it or do it, but how much money would it take to convince you, or at least to get you thinking about unaliving someone?
Unaliving?
For me, it'd have to be a lot more than $50,000.
Money that you probably will never get to use ever in your life, because I'll probably immediately get caught. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, no. I don't think there's any amount of money that I would ever be comfortable doing something like that. I don't know. It would have to be the circumstances. Let's just say that. What do you got?
Sure, he managed to
Baker,
get.
you're up.
I mean, it would have to be
I'm a
some
cheap date.
really, really heavy circumstances.
It depends on who it is.
Yeah.
Some rates can be worked. Yeah, Jim, just remember what bedroom they had.
Ooh.
So you had to live in that house too.
All right, here, Jamie. So you're going to go back in time and you're going to unalive baby Hitler. They're going to give you as much money as you're going to demand, but you can never come back to the future. How much money?
Baby Hitler?
Yeah,
But I
baby
have to
Hitler.
stay. I have to stay there?
You have to stay there. So you got to go back to like 1900 when he was a baby,
No,
or
I don't really.
something like that. How much money?
Nothing, because I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't want to stay in that time frame.
I was just trying to think of someone that you like wouldn't mind unaliving. But
Well, yeah, if I didn't have to stay there, if I could come back. I like my
Yeah.
amenities. I like my Wi-Fi and my cell phones. And the fact that I can get groceries delivered to my home. I don't want to go back to the 1900s.
everyone seems to like my yellow tie. That's my lucky yellow tie. I've been in court all day.
I know it's 4 p.m., but I have it on. Nothing has happened yet in court. So it's I am keeping an eye on it, even if it seems like we're just sitting here. It's her school callers.
Yeah, Pixie, we are lucky that the ladies want to step up for us slackers and cover Jody.
Yeah. Jesus. David
Okay,
brings
so
up
you'd
the
take the jewelry
greatest
and the robbery?
subjects.
And then,
to talk
so
about, let
you
me
would
tell
get
you.
30 minutes to get away, and then what would happen?
You call the cops.
And where would you be?
I'm probably dead.
Well, I get what you think would have happened, but like, what was his proposal, his plan?
Well, you get the money, pay me.
And where would the money be coming from?
Interest money.
Insurance money?
Interest money.
And how long did he estimate it would take for him to get that insurance money to pay you?
Not too long.
Okay. How much do you?
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Not too long.
Not too long.
How much insurance money were you going to get?
About 30, 40,000.
You were going to get that much?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he would keep the rest?
No, I go get 5,000. I'm sorry, 5,000.
Oh, you were going to get
5,000, yes, ma'am.
And then he would keep the rest.
Yes.
Okay. What about the car? What was going to happen with that?
I guess you were reported stolen.
Okay. What about the jewelry? What was going to happen with that?
I have no idea.
No idea. So when he made this proposal to you, had you two been drinking?
Yeah, I've been drinking.
You'd both been drinking. Did you agree when he made this proposal?
No, I didn't agree to nothing.
You didn't agree to anything? Why not?
I ain't getting shot. I know I know.
You thought you'd get shot.
Right.
Why did you think that?
I just did.
Well, what did you think would happen?
Well, if that shot her, he probably shot me.
Okay.
There's robbery.
So you did not, fair to say you didn't agree to do this.
No, I know nothing.
Did you ever socialize with him after that?
Yeah, I seen him a couple times.
Okay, at the bar you mentioned?
Yeah, Hilda's house.
At Hilda's house. Did you tell anybody about what he said?
Just my brother.
Okay. Did you tell Hilda?
Hilda knew. I told Hilda. She didn't believe me.
You told Hilda, but she didn't believe you? How about her husband?
He knew about it.
Did he believe you?
Yeah, he believed me.
Okay. What about Frances? Did you tell her?
No,
Okay. Did you think Hilda was going to tell her?
probably.
He didn't tell Francis, I'm sorry, Your Honor. He said he didn't.
He said no. He not really was gonna tell him.
At the time he made this proposal, did you know who his wife was?
No,
Had you ever met her?
no.
Had you seen her?
Yeah, Miss anything on
So
thing
you
on
didn't know
Twitter?
who he was talking?
No, I know what he's talking about.
Okay, but you said you wouldn't do it.
No.
That was a bad question. You refused to do it, correct? Okay.
What'd you say?
Is there anything thing on Twitter about
Other than telling, I think you said your brother and Hilda and Hilda's husband, did you tell anybody else?
Loretta, my wife.
Oh, Loretta, your wife. Okay. Did you go to the police or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I thought it wasn't done to it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't think it was done to it, really.
You didn't
think there was anything to it?
No, I thought you just,
You didn't think he'd do it?
no,
Okay. But you didn't want to participate?
no.
Can I have the clerk's indulgence for a second?
Unfortunately, we just ended the stream.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
What the heck?
Thank you.
What?
What?
Unfortunately, we just ended the stream.
Maybe they went home for the day.
Yeah, but normally.
Morning, Mr. Morrison.
Morning.
Mr. Morrison, you don't like Thomas Randolph, do you?
I gotta guess him.
You called him a chicken shit in his.
Well, yeah, he is chicken shit.
Okay. So you do have something against him because you told the police he was chicken shit and you told the court today he's chicken shit, right? You don't like him in part because you believed that Mr. Randolph was an undercover officer and he was trying to set you up on things. Isn't that right?
Yes, in a way, yes.
And you didn't like that very much because you thought he was an undercover officer and you'd had problems with the law. Fair?
No, I ain't had problems with the law.
Yeah.
You haven't had problems with the law?
I ain't had no serious problems with the law. DUI, maybe yes, something like that.
How about a drug trafficking conviction? You got a drug trafficking conviction?
That was here about a couple years ago.
Okay. And, Your Honor, there's no jury here. Talk to the
They had
prosecutor.
nothing to do with him.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Wait, where's the jury?
I'm sorry?
I've talked to the prosecutor. There's
It's
no
a
jury,
pre-trial
so I'd like to
hearing
ask
to see if he can witness in this case.
Obviously.
I got one of those on Monday.
For this to be in front of the jury.
Yeah, law and crime cut their feet too.
You have a
So I think they
sexual
went.
assault conviction? Rape conviction?
No,
You've never been charged with rape.
I was thrown out
You
of
called the
court.
court.
So you're charged with rape.
But you thrown out of court.
And how about murder? You're charged with murder.
No, I ain't been charged with murder.
Attempted murder?
Nope.
Okay.
My brother.
That's
I have a
When
twin
did this
brother.
happen that you're describing?
Yeah.
When was this discussion with Mr. Randall?
Mm. And I don't know what date. Had no idea what the date.
Okay, now let's put dates aside. In other words, February, March. Let's talk about years, sir. What year did this happen?
Can't remember.
Could it be 1998?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
Could it be 1981? Could it be?
Could be, couldn't be. I don't know.
No. Could it be 2002?
No.
No. Okay, so we know it's somewhere between, how about 1970s, mid 70s?
I don't know. I
You don't
recall.
Okay, so somewhere between the mid 70s and 1999, in that 25-year period, this happened. Fair?
I guess.
Oh, Patty.
Well, you were there.
on
Sir.
home.
I mean,
Well, you know the answer, don't you?
Sir,
I like this guy already.
the questions that are being asked, somewhere during this time period did this happen?
Yes.
did you know
Yeah,
him
they
for a
went home.
25-year period?
No.
Returning tomorrow.
Is your testimony you never met this wife?
I never seen his wife. Just Francis.
Okay, well, so you thought he was asking you to kill some wife in this time period between
I don't know what
1975
Glenn
and
is from.
1999. Fair?
Right.
You telling the truth?
Well, I got no reason to lie about it.
Okay. Do you recall
that's an
telling the
answer.
police that you thought it was a girlfriend with black hair who he brought from Utah, who you were supposed to kill?
Right.
Okay, and you actually met this lady, didn't you?
No.
You saw the black-haired lady.
I saw her back here, but it's some house, but I didn't go to the house or nothing. We drove by in the car.
Okay, so you met this black-haired lady.
I never met her, no.
So
I seen her.
How did you know what she looked like?
We were by in the car.
And you saw her?
At the front door, yes.
What is he
You gotta
saying?
explain this. How did you see this black-haired lady in this period of time where you're saying you were going to?
He pulled up in front of the house, knocked on the door, some black-haired lady come out. He said something to her, we got back in the car and left.
And you thought that was his girlfriend, and he brought her.
Now we can save Dave. Dave. Yeah, we can save Dave and Glenn for tomorrow because I'm surprised
I know.
that they couldn't get a verdict in 2 hours 45 minutes. That's always.
Well, I think that bodes well for what, again, I haven't been watching this trial much, but I did watch the girlfriend's testimony or whatever she was. And there's parts of her stories that I believe. I believe she was fairly discredited on cross for lack of the skill that the defense counsel might have. I think she just discredited herself. She seems to be a mess in general.
Yeah.
But the question is there enough of her that's credible to convict this guy? And the jury might be having issues with it. I've seen a lot of comments on this case, and people are back and forth on both sides, whether or not there's enough to convict this guy. And, you don't want to, like I always say, my mom would never convict somebody, mainly because she wasn't there. She'd always have doubt, right? But this is one of those cases where it's like, okay, she's the only one that places in there that gives, that points the finger at him. And is she credible enough to send this guy away for the rest of his life? That's a big decision to make. And it shouldn't take 2 hours. They should actually sit and think about this. So
I thought the 5-year-old would get him instant charged.
Well, you don't want a jury like that, right? You don't want a jury that says, "Oh, well, there's a child that's potentially dead, so let's convict just because the state charged."
No,
I
I
think
don't want
the
that.
jury's
But you know how juries are.
Oh,
But-
I know.
Oh,
I might
yeah.
not have a
I
trial
mean,
because we know how juries are.
Mhm. Well, that's the whole thing is just this case specifically. I for sure thought they would be like, they thought he was guilty from, because I mean, he already had, admitted to abuse of the corpse and falsifying evidence. So
Wait,
it's not like he was just saying, no, I had nothing to do with anything. I have no idea what happened. That, so.
No, I understand that, but the jury's not privy to that. The jury, well, like Eris is saying, he's already going away for the rest of his life, whatever. But the jury doesn't know that.
Well,
and
no,
so they're
but
just thinking, well, is this? And he never showed up. He never was in court ever.
but they know about the other things because they okay, he admitted to it and they were going to talk about it in the opening statements and stuff. So,
But he never appeared in court at all.
Nope.
No.
And I don't think that looks
Not in
good
front of
either,
the
to be
jury.
honest with you. No,
They tried him in absentia. That's weird.
that is
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, she
Was there
didn't
a
force him
motion
or
for that?
anything.
Sorry, was
So,
there a motion for that to try him in absentia without him present?
No. The judge said we're going to call you each morning. If you say I don't want to come, you can stay away.
Yeah. Because I guess like the first day he had a fit because he had to get strip searched before court.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. And then they sent him back and he just didn't show up ever since.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
whiny
I don't
guy.
know. Is that going to be good or bad? I mean, because he's not looking like a douchebag sitting there at the defense table. I mean, the jury is essentially deliberating about a fictional character at this point. I feel like that would be worse for him to not be there, but I vaguely remember him from the first trial that you streamed, and I didn't find him. And he represented himself in that one, didn't he?
Nope. He had Elaine too, and another lady. But their defense in that case was asking 2 officers about some technical stuff, and then just again an hour-long closing.
That was him shooting at the dog, right? An argument. I
No,
think
it was
possible.
stealing 2 guns, possessing 2 guns, and distributing 2 guns as a felon.
Oh, didn't he shoot at a dog, or am I thinking of something completely different?
You're thinking of
No.
a different guy.
Yeah. This was the one who was so nice that when he came back, stole the guns while the crack fairy was sleeping, he left a bag of crack for her. Because that's what addicts do when they steal weapons.
Yeah, Nick did the case of the guy that shot the police dog you're talking about.
Shave your head, Dave. The war is over. You can't win. My hair does what my hair does, Lefty. I honestly don't care about it.
Oh my.
It does what it does. As long as it looks like somewhat neat for court so that it's presentable to some extent, I don't care.
Why is he not an accessory? Do you mean why is she not an accessory after the fact? Mess.
So you mean the girlfriend? Didn't she get convicted? She pled to something, right?
No, she hasn't caught any charges off of this, and she should be an accessory to at least this dismembering and the falsifying of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Did they offer her immunity on that?
They needed a testimony.
Okay, here's the reality of the situation, right? You have a child that's missing. The only witness that could convict the father of it is also potentially, culpable of other charges, right? So you cut her a deal because that's really the only evidence that you have, so that you can actually get this guy convicted. Because otherwise, you can't bring charges. You need at least some evidence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll have to come back tomorrow, and if the cult leader case starts, we might jump on that while we're verdict watching, and then jump over to the verdict. We'll figure that out tomorrow whenever Jamie.
What's the cult leader case?
It's a guy who had he calls himself Free God, and he apparently raped a lady and revenge porned her.
Are you sure it's not just regret the next day? I don't know.
Because we haven't heard any evidence yet.
These trials that are started.
But I read the report where they I think they verbatim wrote what the people said to them. It was really hard to read.
Yeah. It was just a guy. Now he has this cult, where he thinks he's the Messiah, and he has all these women and doing all these things.
He tried to establish it in Puerto Rico and Hawaii and all the places. They were kicked out all the places because
What's
of
it that
racism.
Creed from The Office says about cults? Cults are fun. You have more fun as a follower, but you make more money as a leader.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think it's the case in that one. Apparently, he took someone to Mexico and told her he could save her from the big sea, and lived off her money and stole $70,000 from her.
Nice.
So yeah. But we'll keep an eye out of that, and otherwise, what time is it now? Well, I'll jump on Discord in a few minutes if anyone wants to come and hang out and talk to Jamie about how stupid I am. I know what goes on when I leave. Other than that, we'll be back tomorrow at around 9-ish.
No.
Yeah, it's.
Hi, Harry.
But thank you all so much for showing up today. Hit the like on the way out, and no one has anything to plug because Jamie only plugs her lashes, and David has stopped streaming. So, hasta la vista, mañana.
I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed
Oof.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randall, do you?
I got against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.